Selamat pagi, good morning. I am Sally.
And I'm Sunny. We are the MC for today. Selamat pagi, 晚安，大家早上好，大家早上好。
And 大家好。
Thank you for all this clap. We really energized the whole morning. Welcome. You are here, you are. Project Management Institute Malaysia 2022 Northern Conference. Let's give yourself another round of applause for being here. Thank you. Together with us, we have some special guests. Let me just do a quick roll call for them to be recognized. We have guests of honor from PMI Indonesia Chapter, Alin Veronika, the President. Yes, this is Alin. We have Tony, General Secretary, PMI Indonesia Chapter. Yes, Tony. And we do have Manuelo, Discipline, Agile, Specific Interest Group, PMI Singapore Chapter. Hi. And we do have all the prestigious speakers will be here together to us today. And we are more delighted to have the 250 of you, all the delegates, to commemorate this and to learn together. Now, before we start, I would like to have Sally to go through with us some of the house rules later. But before that house rules, I would like to have all of you just stand up. Can I have all of you upstanding? Yes, stand. Okay. And I would like all of you to have your hands up, stretch as much as you can to expand your lung in order to get more food in. At the same time, more learning together. Stretch your arm, and if you can, put your hands on together and give yourself a loud clap together. Thank you. And at the same time, yes, you may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought I'd be standing the whole day,
Yeah, you can. Thank you for that. And at the same time, I would like all of you to have some finger activities, to have the live poll right now. All of you will do this live poll. Where to get this live poll? All of you right now would have to be in a WhatsApp chat group for the delegates. And inside that, you will see a live poll for a few questions that you need to answer as a start. And this will allow us and everyone to know a little better about all the delegates here. Can you all do that? Right now, we'll have a couple of seconds for that. Thank you. I'm seeing that all of you are start doing that. Thank you for that. And if you are lost, any one of you are lost right now, if you are not in that chat group, you can do this QR code scanning, and this will lead you to be inside that WhatsApp group chat.
Hey, Sunny, you know, this is like what, sometimes when I go lunch or dinner, right, I eat, then my children, like this, all down. It's like that, huh? Times have really changed from when we were young, and luckily MCO made us change mentality. Now you can do this. It's all right to do this. Otherwise, during conference, right, it's like, why is nobody looking at me? All looking down there.
Yes, that's right. And I suppose most of you have done that. We'll be continuing on by inviting my partner today, Sally, to go through some of the housekeeping rules for all of you here.
Okay, first of all, I'm sure by now you know where the restroom is, right, towards the main entrance of the hotel to the left. Just make sure you don't go to the wrong one. See properly, okay? Smoking corner is at, I'm not going to tell you because I don't encourage smoking. So if you want to do that, find it out yourself. Parking. If you happen to drive here and not fly here, so make sure you have your touch and go card. Just go to the reception and have your touch and go card. I wouldn't say validated, I would say, what's the word? Scan or what? Handle with the reception. Then they will just make sure they charge you only flat rate of 6 ringgit. If not, you have to pay 10 ringgit, right? So make sure you do that at any time throughout the conference today. I repeat, any time. So don't go. Stay here, okay? Stay here. And lastly, you see the PDU claims. Some of you here, you want to get the 7 PDU, right? The course ID is, I will tell you later. I won't tell you when, but you just stay tuned, all right? So I think that's all I have for that. And of course, if you want to take a call, you can just answer your call from your loved ones, but just do it outside. Last, one more thing. Important, sorry, long-winded a bit. If there is emergency, okay, make sure you go out from that keluar sign and not this side. Just go out through that keluar sign, my left hand. Yeah, there. Just go out there and assemble outside. Don't drive off and don't go to the nasi kandar kayu there, all right? Don't go there. We just want to make sure that all 250 of us are safe. Now, you may be here alone. So in case nobody knows you, how? So you want to make sure that you are also safe, right? So everyone have to take care to make sure somebody knows you. How to make sure everybody knows or somebody knows me? How?
I guess it's something on their table.
Oh, something.
Do you see something on your table? There is a stack of cards.
It's at the corner, right?
It's at the corner. The first person at the table would have known it.
They call it the owl seat.
Yeah, this is the owl seat. So what you can do with that cards?
So we have to pass the card, but make sure one person take one card and make sure there's a name. Make sure that when you see the name is somebody that you don't know. Just pass the card to 6 people on the same table. Choose a card with the name that you don't know. You don't know who this person is.
This is called the speed networking. The speed networking. You got to get a card that is not your own name on top of that and find this person. You can use the whole day today to get that person. And someone else, I'm sure someone else will give you the card that you belongs to.
Hey, I thought that is called speed dating lah, Sunny.
Yeah lah, you can name it manhunt or speed dating.
Manhunt, lady hunt on a Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Ooh, I like it. I'm excited. I don't have a card. Later I go and get the card.
Yes,
so that will be my significant half, right?
Yeah, those will be the significant half for you. The good news is, it's going to be for today. It's valid for today.
Only today, unfortunately.
And you can do this as long as it's 400 today. It's valid for today. All right, thank you. Sally, do you have anything else to be brief upon the importance one?
Done. So make sure the person that you know, you grab that person out and be safe outside there, okay? So next, over back to you.
All right, thank you, Sally, for that. Now I'm going to start now with a little bit of intro about the conference and PMI Malaysia. Today, Project Management Institute Malaysia, in short PMI Malaysia. This particular event is organized by PMI Malaysia together with Career Growth Sendirian Berhad, led by Dr Mui, and in collaboration with Penang Institute, Dr Ui is there. Ministry of Human Resource Malaysia, Talent Corp, and Intel. These are all the organizer and collaborations partner of us. And this event is also sponsored by Boston Scientific, Turner & Townsend, and AMS Osram. We have the representative here today as well. And more importantly, this particular event is wholly, solely, truly run by a group of volunteers from PMI Malaysia. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for this. Thank you. And most importantly is we have 250 of you here today, waking up early in the morning, dressing up and showing up. Let's give ourselves a round of applause again. Thank you.
Okay, the objective of today's conference is to connect towards diverse PM community. The keyword is connect. And the tagline is diversity starts with us. Saya sendiri, myself. Okay, so reunite, re-emerge, stronger together. The word is together, right? So which means that all of us have a role to play. I think, looks like we are good. So, Sunny, do you have, looks like two of us keep talking today, wasting the 500 ringgit. So what's the next thing?
Next up, we will have the opening speech. Today, we are delighted to have Dr. Joshua Netto to be our speaker for the opening speech. Let me give a bit of intro for Dr. Joshua. Dr. Joshua is the Director of Treasury at PMI Malaysia, and he's also the Director at TNT Malaysia and a gold sponsor for today's event. Dr. Joshua is an international consultant advising specific corporate clients, and Dr. Joshua believes that we need to make a further step in embracing diversity beyond the apparent and obvious at this VUCA environment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hand together for Dr. Joshua.
Morning, everyone. I hope you guys are feeling great today, and welcome to our first physical conference post the pandemic for PMI Malaysia and, of course, career growth. First of all, thank you to all our sponsors, our platinum sponsor, Boston Scientific, our gold sponsors, Turner & Townsend, and, of course, MS Osram. Welcome to our guests as well. We have Dr. Mui and also Dato Dr. Mui from our collaborator, Penang Institute. Welcome. Now, before we start, I am Joshua Netto. I'm the Director of Treasury. Unfortunately, the President of Malaysia Chapter could not be here today, David Kaur, and I'm representing him. Don't worry, he's perfectly fine. He does not have COVID. Incidentally, David is in Las Vegas at the moment, and he is speaking at the PMI Global Summit. So we wish him best of luck, and obviously he's having as good a time as we are today. Now, to showcase our diversity, I would like to welcome those from PMI, and I'm going to mention your name. So if you could stand up when I mention your name, and please keep standing, and you can see the diversity in PMI. First of all, our guest, PMI President, Indonesia Chapter, Alin. Please stand. If you could keep standing, please, thank you. Tony, the Secretary of PMI Indonesia Chapter. We have Manwai, Director of Agile SIG Singapore Chapter. Before I go further, thank you for coming all the way. Let me introduce my fellow directors and volunteers from PMI Malaysia. We have Nehru Nagappan, Director of Public Relations. Thank you, Nehru. We have Stan Lee, Director of Agile Outreach. Thank you, Stan. We have Henry Lee, Director of Professional Development. Thank you, Henry. We have our branch leads as well, again, all the way from the southern branch, Tony. We have Siu Fui, our Director of Publications, and of course, one of the main reasons we are all here. Thank you very much. You are extremely popular, Siu Fui. Now, I hope I don't miss everyone out. We have Mei Yi, who is Deputy Director of Public Relations. We have Shobha Sekharan, Deputy Director of Treasury. We have Hussein, our Northern Branch Lead, and of course, the man that worked very, very hard for this event. Thank you very much. We have Esther from the Northern Branch. We have Sasha from WIPM, and also a moderator. I take this opportunity to thank all our speakers and moderators as well. Please keep standing. But this list, I would like to thank the organizing committee and all the volunteers that has made today possible. Let me mention you one by one. Of course, I've already mentioned Sufui and Hussein. Do we have Shazlin? Please stand. Maya. Sukling. Yihang. We mentioned Esther. We have Marcus. We have Kifang, the man that's controlling our slides today. We have Joseph Chua, the man that made the video just now at the opening. We have CC. We have Pranab, who has already left Malaysia and is now in Canada. We wish him the best of luck. And we have LK Ong. Thank you to all the volunteers. You were here late last night, setting up everything, making sure we had a great time, and we couldn't have done this, of course, without you. Now, if you see all the people that are standing today that represent PMI, not only PMI Malaysia, but PMI Indonesia, Singapore as well, and all the volunteers from the northern and southern areas of Malaysia, you can already see diversity. And that's what we believe in, right? Different age groups, different types of people, different levels of experience, different industries. Thank you to all of you, and let me invite you to take your seat. Okay, let me just very quickly share with you a bit of a sneak peek on PMI. Now, at our recent PMI AP leadership meeting in Singapore, PMI revealed their new culture values, right? And just a little bit about PMI's culture journey. So, PMI, of course, as their core value, deeply believes in diversity. And they have been going through a rethink in their culture. So I'm giving you a bit of a sneak peek. You're not going to see this on the PMI website. It's coming soon. But what they are building is a clear and inclusive culture. They are working on new values, which I will show you in a minute, and behaviors. And of course, excitement about the future. And we all know project management practitioners are all about making change in the future. If you could flick to the next slide, please. So this is the new culture values. Again, you're not going to see this on the website. This is a sneak peek for you. But what PMI believes in is making it easy for people to approach PMI. Sorry. So for instance, we are all here today. PMI is coming to you, coming to the Northern Conference, and you are able to touch and feel all the leaders from PMI that are here today with you. And that's what we believe in. We aim higher, but we be welcoming. We welcome all of you, regardless of your level of experience and your background, as long as you're passionate about change making. We embrace curiosity, so if there's something new which we are uncomfortable, find out more and embrace it, right? So get to know people that are in the room today. If there's somebody that you don't know, probably that's the person that you want to get to know. And you may learn something new. And of course, together we can. Before I end my speech, I would just like to share with you something that was adapted from Verna Myers. She's quite famous on diversity. You probably heard her on a tech talk before, right? But we need to make a step beyond diversity. What do I mean? Well, diversity is being invited to the party, right? So if you didn't get an invite, that means there is no start when it comes to diversity. But equity, you probably heard about this. Equity is having access to that party, right? So you can get an invite, but perhaps if you cannot come in the door because there's no ramp, equity allows you to come in the door. If you step even further, inclusion is about being asked to dance. You are asked, right? So you're invited, you come in, and you're asked to dance. And lastly, belonging is making decisions about the party, for instance, about the music, right? So if you think about it, a step further from diversity, there is so much opportunity for us to embrace diversity, equity, inclusivity, and belonging in project management. We still have a very, very long way to go because project management is still quite traditional in its practice, right? So, in the interest of inclusivity and belonging, I am going to cut my opening speech short and give an opportunity to Alin, President of Indonesia Chapter, to say a few words to all of you. Thank you and enjoy the session.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, everyone. Actually, it's a very good surprise for me to give the speech, a few minutes of speech, because I haven't prepared it, but maybe I will talk about from PMI perspective. I totally agree with Dr. Joshua and then also the team that in PMI we appreciate the diversity. Because in PMI Indonesia as well, we come from many industries and we can volunteer from different age, and then from the PMI and then also from the conference, I have learned so many things. Actually, I came from the construction industry and infrastructure. That the project is very waterfall and plan driven, and then when I am active as the volunteer in PMI Indonesia, and I meet people from other industries. I learn from their experience how to lead the project with the many changes and to be agile. And then in the PMI Indonesia, we have successfully organized our annual symposium, and also the first one after since the pandemic. And it's very good to see many people and many practitioners and learn from others. And also our last symposium before the pandemic is just 3 days before the government locked down the Indonesia. It's very stressful for us, and then being together with others volunteers, and we work together and we solve the problems and we change and we overcome the issues and the challenge. That's why what I want to share with all of you, that in project management we can solve many things. We can contribute to the community, either we are from the construction or others industry, but I have learned so many things from the other practitioners and also from the PMI itself. And then it's actually I've been a volunteer for more than 10 years in PMI, and then it's very great experience. And so for those of you who want to become the chapter volunteers, in PMI Malaysia Chapter. It's very a good experience. And then I hope through this conference, we have learned so many insights, and I can hardly wait to learn from the speakers. And then it's very happy to meet all of you in this conference. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Joshua, and thank you, Alin, for that inspiring opening speech. And truly, all your presence here today definitely will increase the diversity of PMI community. And I kind of like Dr. Joshua, what he mentioned, diversity, about equity, about inclusion and belonging. Allow me to just alliterate that quickly again. Diversity is being invited to the party. Equity is having an accessible ramp to the door so everyone can enter. And it's not only that, inclusion is being asked to dance. And last but not the least, belonging is deciding the music. Let's embrace all this starting from today. Once again, thank you, Dr. Joshua, for that sharing. And what is next up, Sally? Now.
Wait lah. I'm reading You didn't ask me to dance, right? So wait lah. This one you know this magazine, right? I chanced upon this magazine many years ago in a clinic in Penang waiting to see doctor. I saw this, I was so impressed. I was like, wow, Penang got this kind of magazine What's inside So I flipped through. So when I was waiting for doctor, right, very soon I didn't realize my turn was there already because I was busy flipping through the content. I was telling Siu Fui, the person who created this is here today. I'm so excited, you know. So I said, can we ask him to do something or not? Not to dance, but he can dance, right? So I want to ask him to do something. So he gave us some of this. It's outside the room. So if you want to get some limited numbers only, not 250, only got some outside. So if you want later, you can snatch. You can ask him to autograph. Also, he's here. So this is none other than our wonderful Dato Dr Mui Kai Yin. I tell you, I'm so excited when I saw the profile. Inilah itu Pakcik, the uncle, the brother okay, who wrote this and created this. Okay. So before I get him onto the stage, wait, Joto Mate. Okay, Dato Dr Mui. I have to call him Dato Dr Mui. Okay, he is a sinologist, somebody who learns Chinese tradition, culture, blah, blah, blah. Trained in Stockholm University, a political scientist and also historian. Historian means people who have been here, you know, many, many years, older than me maybe. Happy somebody's older than me today. So he has been lecturing and also working on nation building in Asia and has been very involved in learning the Malaysian politics for the last 3 decades. That is how rich he is inside him. Today we're going to correct something from him. Okay. So he has took over Penang Institute in 2017 and is currently the executive director. He reads, he writes, he reads and writes so many books, which countless. I don't want to mention them. Okay. So now he is going to talk about the needs to be optimistic, to embrace your uncertainty and I better don't talk already. Why waste time on me, right? So let's all have a round of applause for Dr. Mui Kai Yin. Woo! Later you sign for me, Limited edition, limited quantity, free one. Take out, remember take and get him to sign.
I'll stand on this side, I think. Yeah? Closer to you. Thank you, Sally and Sunny. Thank you, Sally, for such a profusive introduction.
From my heart, you know.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to all our foreign visitors from neighboring countries. Of course, I'll start by thanking the PMI Malaysia for inviting me to speak to all of you, and at this their northern conference. so excuse me for fumbling a bit. Well, yeah, I'm not an economist, and largely what I've been told to talk about is actually economics. But having worked in think tanks for a long time in Singapore and Penang, of course, you sort of become an accidental economist, if you like. Also because of creating the magazine, and thank you again for selling that magazine for us. There are copies outside, limited, no doubt, for anyone to pick up. Those of you who can't get the magazine today, you can pick them up from certain hotspots in Penang, free, or from Penang Institute itself, outside our gate. Otherwise, it's online, right? It's free access for the last 3 months, and then you just have to register yourself to access everything that we've had. We have been in existence, the magazine anyway, for 13, 14 years. So there's a lot of material, largely about Penang, not only, but largely about Penang, and a lot on economics and history as well. Now, much of what I have to say today is based on material that my own researchers have put together. Some of them are here today. Now, as you know, most data are gathered at the national level, and economic analysis are seldom of a sub-national character. So at Penang Institute, we try to do our best at putting together sub-national data, which we, of course, think are actually very important to understanding the local situation. But let me start with the global, and then move quickly to the regional, and then the national, before we come down to the sub-national level, to the Penang level. Economics today is, after all, highly globalized, so that comments on the local cannot be properly understood without reference to the larger perspectives. This became very clear to all of us, I think, during COVID-19, and our insights from the pandemic have, of course, been very much exacerbated by the rising US-China trade and semiconductor war, and by the open conflict in the Ukraine. Now, happily, the fact of Dato Sri Anwar Ibrahim being made Prime Minister of Malaysia last week, receiving so much international attention from governments across the world, bodes well for the country's economy. The stock market rejoiced, as you know, and the ringgit finally stopped falling and began to climb substantially against the US dollar. So since we are so clap-happy here at the conference today, I think we should give the new government a round of applause, perhaps. Just to encourage them. I was expecting a podium up here, so sorry. Where should I point to? Here, right? Not working? You sure? Okay, now on the global stage, what continues to be of great worry is the zero-sum thinking that now pervades geopolitics and in technological advancements today. This is the opposite of the normal mindset that we expect in international trade. When we trade, the point is, of course, to achieve a win-win solution, not a winner-takes-all outcome. What we are seeing in certain areas in the world today is, in that sense, a reversal of the globalization thinking that we've lived with for a few decades. There is some worry, therefore, that deglobalization is already happening. And the response to the present state of the COVID-19 pandemic or endemic, depending on where you live, has been rather disorganized. A decoupling of the two largest economies in the world from each other is a dangerous situation that all other governments, big or small, should work against through strengthening trade alliances and even allowing these alliances to overlap. Alongside these, we have the climate crisis, which calls for changes in lifestyle and economic production, and for transition to clean energy. These are not happening at any encouraging speed at the moment. So I think a group like you, largely young people, despite the age diversity, but largely young from what I can see, that's up to you. The future is yours. So how we survive all this will be up to you young people. But more immediately, a global recession is by most accounts on the way, amid rising inflation. The challenges at the global level are therefore many. At the national and local levels, however, there are reasons to be optimistic, especially in Malaysia's role within new supply chain configurations. Now, let's move on to, and I'll say some words about the Southeast Asian economies, perhaps. Sorry. Over recent decades, ASEAN member countries have experienced encouraging growth, but since they are far from homogeneous, significant variations in income per capita remain. Now, a quick look at it. We, of course, have Brunei and Singapore being at the high end of the income per capita spectrum. Next, in the upper middle income level, we have Malaysia and Thailand. And these are followed by Indonesia, Vietnam, the Philippines, and Laos in the middle income sector. And at the bottom, we, at the moment, still have Cambodia and Myanmar. Now, it's always good to look at pictures and graphs, isn't it? Instead of just words. We see here how things have been going for the major countries, or all the countries except Timor-Leste. Singapore, of course, just like what the former slide showed, Singapore and Brunei are at the top, and Malaysia is not doing very badly. Oh, thank you. Great help. Thank you. That frees one of my hands. And we see Malaysia not doing too badly. Okay, next slide. Now, this is important to show as well, because we see Vietnam actually coming up quite strongly, and Indonesia as well, I think. So in a way, it's very good. Malaysia is having proper competition as well. And I think we are too low. Thank you. Thanks. Now, while Singapore remains high in comparison, the Malaysian economy's trade ratio has been declining, signaling commencement, say some economies, of premature deindustrialization. But that seems to have shifted a bit in 2014. Yeah. Okay, I'll move on from there to the Malaysian economy. This is a quick graph. It shows we haven't been doing badly by and large, right? We have had our dips, the last one due to COVID, but it's jumped back very quickly. At a recent conference here in Penang that we helped to organize, called the Penang Economic Summit, some points were taken up, which I thought were important about the Malaysian economy. One is the investment and domestication of Malaysia's economy. By that is meant, the worry here is that a lot of our companies, SMEs and so on, we produce for the local market. That's what we mean by the domestication of things. We are not making use of RCEP, which we should going forward. We should lock into the economy of scale and whatever, and the larger markets that RCEP and other trade alliances are allowing us. So that is a mindset change that Malaysian companies need to make, given the economic challenges and trade alliances that now are in place. The second is, like all over the world, income inequality. And as we know, income inequality, all countries have that, but beyond a certain point, you cannot possibly have economic stability or political stability if the income inequality continues to grow. And from what I see, in Malaysian politics, there is always a focus on the B40, right? And a lot of incentives are given and so on. I tend to think myself that not enough attention is actually given to the middle 20, middle 40, because that in the end is what helps to pull the country, the middle class basically. is what helps to grow an economy. But politically, and for reasons we all are aware of, politics tends to focus on the bottom, which is important. But the point is to also not forget the middle growing segment of the economy itself. So that was another point that was taken up. The third are the sovereign and fiscal risks. We know inflation is coming, the interest rates are going up, and that can affect a lot of Malaysians who have loans for housing or car or whatever. So those are some of the challenges that we see facing the Malaysian economy. This is a quick take on the unemployment rate, yeah, in Malaysia by age group. Now, where the political situation is concerned, it is still too early to say anything definite about it. But judging from the positive response by the stock market over the last week and the rebound of the ringgit, we can safely assume that things have taken a turn for the better. There's optimism in the air. I'm sure all of you have felt it. And Malaysia's role on the global stage will finally be growing again. And this will buoy economic growth and other possibilities for Malaysian companies in general. Policies to boost exports, foreign capital investment, and production supply are needed, as will be measures to create employment opportunities that are not dependent on domestic demand, to make local firms more competitive in the global market and the regional market. Well, where unemployment is concerned, the labor market has recovered at the end of the year, but unemployment still remains slightly higher than before COVID. It continues to be high amongst youths, which account for a significant share of the labor force. In fact, the age group 15 to 24 accounts for 15% of the population, working population, and the group above that, between 25 and 34, makes up 37% of the workforce. So if you put that together, between 15 and 34, that group makes up more than half the population of Malaysia, the working population of Malaysia. Okay, let's move to, and I'll say something about the Penang situation, yeah? Now, like I said, I think politically the country has turned a corner, and this can only be good for the economy of Penang. Having a federal government that is friendly to the state government brings a lot of optimism to investors and to everyone concerned about the economic welfare of Penang. Now, Penang's economy is, of course, strongly tied to manufacturing and to the services sector, especially the tourism industry. In fact, it's quite a neat cut. I think we have 47% manufacturing, 47% services, and then agriculture and so on will take the rest. So the Penang's economy is a two-legged one in many ways. In fact, this year, and I think that there's a big dinner being held tonight by all the VIPs and the industrialists in Penang to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Penang's industrialization. And in many ways, Penang's industrialization, the beginning of that, was of course also the beginning of Malaysia's industrialization. So in that sense, Penang has always been in the center, to the extent that Penang has often been called the Silicon Valley of the East. Now, with digitalization being a top priority in all aspects of economic life, we can expect innovations and investments to be made to upgrade productivity in these sectors. Now, this has been one of the Penang State government's top concerns, leading it within its Penang 2030 vision to establish Digital Penang, an agency dedicated to digitalization in the state, to boost digital literacy, infrastructure building, the education sector in general, startups, community-based activities, and e-governance. At that point, may I just mention to you that the the person most responsible for formulating the structure for the digital Penang, which was created 2 years ago, is actually sitting here. Timothy Choi, I would like to draw attention to you. Timothy, may you stand? Can you stand up, please? He worked for a few years with Penang Institute, but he's moving on to greener pastures to some extent. But thank you to Timothy for all your work in getting the Digital Penang agency started. An agency that I think will be very important to how policy making, where economic growth is concerned, will be in the future. Now, as we all know, the disruptions that digitalization had been bringing were amplified by COVID-19, making things more difficult in many ways, for example, in education and tourism. But in many other ways, the pandemic has brought some advantages for Penang. The supply chain disruptions in the world seem to have favored Penang. Investments continue to stream in post-COVID, the post-COVID period, very often in conjunction with supply chain disruptions caused by the US-China trade war and other global conflicts. For the first half of 2022, Penang recorded 7.85 billion ringgit in manufacturing capital investment. This compares to the first half of 2021, where about 2 billion ringgit came in. But those are small figures. If we think of the whole of 2021, and some of you would have read about it, approved manufacturing investment for the state of Penang reached a record 76 billion ringgit. That's quite something, right? Of course, these are just the approved ones. When they come in and so on, differs. But this is estimated over time to create as much as 12,000 high-value jobs. This shows Penang benefiting from the cheap ringgit and the US-China trade conflict, and from the solid industrial ecosystem built over the last 50 years. For the moment, despite reports of skills mismatches, the reported loss of employment is falling dramatically. In 2020, we had over 10,000 people out of work, but by August, 2-3 months ago, that was down to just over 8,000 unemployed. So things are actually looking well despite all the reports about skills mismatches. And the unemployment rate in the second quarter of 2022 was just below 3%. Now, for those of you interested, the top 5 hiring industries in Penang are manufacturing, construction, support service, accommodation, and wholesale and retail. As you see, these are, again, always manufacturing and services. Yeah? Now, most macroeconomic indicators for Penang, whose economy is highly globally connected, show signs of recovery. Penang's GDP grew by 6.8% in 2021, the highest in Malaysia for that year. This was mainly due to growth in manufacturing and construction. As you know, tourism has been taking some hits, right? Although it's coming back now. The growth rate in the manufacturing sector was primarily driven by a 16.5% increase in electrical and electronics products, E&E, which of course is now very clearly the strong base, the core for Penang industrialization. This also means that the E&E contributed 1/3 to the state GDP. That's quite enormous. Now, all sectors registered growth rates in 2021 compared to 2020, except for the agricultural sector. This was due to drops in fisheries and aquaculture. But be that as it may, Penang retains the highest average paddy yield in the country. It has the 3rd largest aquaculture production after Sabah and Perak, which are much bigger states, right? And continues to rank the 2nd largest in total wholesale value after Perak, where aquaculture is concerned. So I'll leave these slides on for you to look at. It's, as you see, manufacturing and construction that have gone up. The others are picking up, right? Services is now on the plus side as well. And we expect this to continue for Penang, even if the world economy might not be doing well. Now in 2021, Penang saw a growth in exports of 19% and in imports of 19% and exports of 7.3% compared to 2020. And if we look at the most recent data, the first half of 2022, Malaysia's exports increased by as much as 28% and imports by 34.5%. With Penang International Airport being one of Malaysia's major export exit points, Penang's exports made up as much as 29% of the country's exports. Yeah? With the weak ringgit, a higher export value for the second half of 2022 is also expected. Now, Malaysia's consumer price index was accelerated by consumer spending, made more buoyant by fiscal stimulus packages. In Penang, the inflation rate reached a decade high increase of 4.3% in July 2022, year on year. This was similar to the Malaysian inflation rate. The prices of food and non-alcoholic beverages increased the most at 7.7%, followed by prices of hotels and restaurants, 6.5%, and transport, around 6%. So the pandemic, of course, affected the services and tourism sectors tremendously. However, tourism industry in the state has been recovering rapidly following the reopening of domestic and international borders. This rebound, however, is not only contributed by domestic tourists, as most people think, but also by international visitors, particularly from Singapore and from Indonesia. In the second quarter of 2022, for example, Penang Airport experienced a twofold increase in passengers compared to the 3 months before. Now, to end, going forward, responding in a comprehensive manner to these socio-economic challenges will be a major challenge for the Penang state government, which will there will be an election over the next 6 months or so. So things are a bit uncertain at the moment. But it is reasonable to assume that Penang's two economic pillars, manufacturing and tourism, will recover fast and steadily. Now, firstly, given the huge amounts of FDI coming to Penang, the continued flow of educated people to larger cities in the Klang Valley and abroad, and the need for new skills in industry, attracting talents, educating and reskilling talents, and digitalization will all be key issues to manage for the economic ecosystem. These concerns also include certain disruptions like gig employment going up, work from home, and hybrid employment, making a lot of employers uncertain about how they should manage their staff. And social issues, including childcare, maternity leave, and so on and so forth. Secondly, with the growing MNC environment and the trade alliances such as the RCEP kicking in, local firms should feel encouraged to take full advantage of the opportunities on offer in the coming months. Thirdly, underlying all policies to grow the economy lies the need to reform Malaysian federalism for efficiency at the subnational level. The new government under Dato Sri Anwar Ibrahim appears more promising on this front than any other government before it. Lastly, social assistance to those most affected long-term by the COVID pandemic and by the present high rate of inflation continues to be needed. Now, I shall end by just mentioning some things that are happening within the Penang State Government's Penang 2030 vision that Penang Institute is very much involved in. I'll just mention the plans for placemaking as well, because I think that might be of interest to this crowd. As many of you would have read about, we have started something. It was launched a few months ago, the creative digital district in Georgetown itself, the center of the heritage area, that is now called the CD Square. And the point of that, of course, is to create a creative digital hub, including education. So that has already started. Our two universities in Penang are already based there, and courses in IT and ICT, those will be key to it. Another placemaking will involve Batu Kawan, where we are hoping that a medical hub, medtech, I suppose one can call it, will be up and going. I think there was some report about it today or yesterday on that. And then we are hoping also that Butterworth itself can become a digital transport hub in the near future. So these are three of the placemaking initiatives that the state is into. Two others that I can mention would be, of course, Gurney Wharf. That's taken a long time to come, but I think it's moving now. So we're hoping that Gurney Wharf will be an attraction for tourists and locals as well. Another project, the last one I will mention, is the Middle Bank Marine Reserve, or Marine Sanctuary, I think we're going to call it, which will be a large segment of the sea between the island and the mainland. That will be turned into a reserve, in a way, for research purposes and so on and so forth. I think I'll end there now. I think I've talked too long. Thank you so much for listening. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Mui. Thank you for that very informative outlook and excitement of economic and development in Penang as well. Dr. Mui, can you please remain on the place here while we would like to invite Dr. Joshua to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Mui Kai Yin. Let's put our hands together once again.
Thank you so much for the insights.
We need the platter back. Thank you for that. Thank you.
So if anyone has any question, anyone has any question for now? Quick one, because I know you are looking at the time agenda. It's time for something. Anyone has any questions? Hands up, because we have handsome gentlemen holding the mics for questions. Yes, no, I count 3. 1, 2, 2.5, 2 3/4. Okay, no question for now, but you can feel free, I think you can feel free to approach Dr. Mui during break time so that he don't take coffee. Alright? Can?
Yes, definitely can.
So, what's next? Break
I think so. Check on your agenda. What will be the next item? Yes, this is the morning break. The morning break that we are going to have for how long? It's for 20 minutes.
Yeah, you can take picture, you can eat, I think.
Yes, most importantly, find your another significant hub. You can do all this in these 20 minutes. There are makan around. There will also be the validations of your parking tickets to get yourself into the group if you have not in yet. And go around and start networking.
Let's go for break. Woohoo! Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Oh,
I am already.
What is your dream? Your biggest dream? Your dream. What's your biggest dream?
My biggest dream, for now, at least for now, is to be able to run the top 5 marathon. I like marathon, the top 5 marathon.
Yes. Sunny, wait. I think you didn't follow the script. Marathon not in the script. Hang on, wait. Can you?
Yes. So, I'm not talking about my marathon, but I'm talking about dreams. And it's not about me as a dreamer, because today we have a dreamer in the hall. This man that I'm introducing right now, he is a dreamer who had actualized his dream in project management. This man is Chong Luen, to be more referred as CL. CL is a project manager in Boston Scientific, and this is his marathon success list that I'm going to share to you. He is the 2021 PMI Future 50 honoree, and one of his recent achievements is leading a USD 65 million project for the transfer of medical devices manufacturing lines from US to Malaysia. And not only this, CL, he has a holistic experience from new project development to engineering, especially in greenfield operation environment. Now, talk a lot, huh, Sally? Let's right now put our hand together to welcome CL, our next speaker.
Luckily, it's about CL's marathon list of achievement. If you talk about marathon, I tell you I'm going to go out already, okay? Lucky. Over to CL.
So, just to make sure I'm audible. Testing. Okay. I think that's fine. It's okay. Let's speak closer to that. Oops. Hello? It's good. So, just a little bit more. Warm greeting for the days. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you all doing? So, actually, I find myself energized immediately by the day, and we should give a applause to both this MC, right? They fill out the space for us for today. So, as introduced by our great MC here, my name is Lim Chong Luen. You can address me as CL. I'm a project manager from Boston Scientific, located in Penang. First, I would like to thank the audience for taking your precious time and make it into this event. Second, all the good work by the committee organizing this event for giving me the opportunity to be one of your speakers for today. And on behalf of Boston Scientific Medical Device that I represent, I welcome you. Before we begin with our today's sections, please allow me to really do a quick introduction of myself, and we may slide into the topic as it goes. So, who is CL, right? So, other than Chong Luen, right? I'm Penang Lang, actually born in Penang, live in Penang, graduated from Penang, and get married in Penang too. And it's interestingly to tell that as I received this invite from PMI Northern team, I told my wife, I'm going to be the speaker for today in this hall. And she reminded me that the last time that I actually stand on this hotel or this stage is when we both get married. So, so the same stage that I'm standing here today, I feel honored and to be frank, not particularly good at it, right? But I'll try my best, and I have my best group colleague from Boston Scientific that are sitting around there. Can you raise up your hand for folks that are from Boston Scientific? And yeah, I'm sure that if any tough question being asked, right, they will help me to answer. Okay, with that, I would like to actually flash back the journey of my young self. I was engineering technician before I fully graduate, and I actually got my first job in the maintenance department back in Adjudant. As as a technician, I started and slowly to realize that people are saying for a reason that working with machine is rather easier working with human. And I get it. I started with very, very shy, antisocial, afraid to make communication with stranger in a bigger group. And my first manager back in my career actually noticed this, and she was telling me that, CL, you show a symptom of like layback. So we talked about moving forward plan and noting that what is more important before I graduate. That bothers me a lot, by the way. Same time, I was being told by my senior that how wonderful, how much was the good experience for them to be able to travel to overseas, to learn the new technology, transfer that technology and that knowledge back to Penang, Malaysia. I mean, I'm from Penang, and when I heard of that, they saying so right, I feel that I want to be part of it. But unfortunately, I wasn't in part of their consideration, put in that way that I'm the most junior, right? But I was fascinated by then. I make my first move talking to my line manager and how I feel and curious about projects such as technology transfer. Knowing that I might not be a good bet for them, again, into putting me into the high impact project, she heard me, she gave me the opportunity by actually working on smaller project. It's not overseas transfer, by the way, it's a transfer between one building to the other building. From there, not too bad, yep. And that's my first time that I taste myself and experience myself in project management as well as technology transfer. Few years later, I joined Changemaker, now known as Abbott, and I started there as I realized how healthcare and medical devices grow as the world are getting more technologically connected. And I started to get involved more deeper into project transfer, especially in the greenfield environment, and that's how introduction of medical device industrial in my career. And I would say that allow me to fast forward to 2016, okay? Because I'm sure I'm not come here for interview. You do not want to listen to how I introduce myself. So I joined Boston Scientific at 2016 as a senior manufacturing engineer. Again, follow that what I'm specialized at, working in the project transfer, particularly in greenfield environment as a pioneer in Boston Scientific. And I still remember up to date how repeated the question being asked by the leaders that I follow, by the director and the boss that I follow. They were asking me, CL, what you want to do next? And the next is the key, right? And they keep on telling me that how we can help you to get there. It's like never before the conversation becomes so open at the stage of my career. And I actually step back and knowing that I've been exposed to project management, especially medical device manufacturing. And I actually look at the mirror and start looking at myself and say that I think I like the experience of being in project management. And I even giving a feedback and advice such as build a strength to the area that you like to experience rather than what your degree has to say. Of course, knowing myself rather than a generalist than a specialist, I'm not a person that people might see that from an engineer become an engineering manager. By the way, that's not the excuse, right? But with what drove me was that my energy was that it's actually for me to able to connect the dots together, the collaboration. With the cross-functional leadership is what actually drives me and wake me up every day to the work. I told my boss, I want to lead a massive, high-impact project. And when I actually flashed myself, like, it's very bold and very direct, isn't it? It's, by the way, that's Kevin. So he's my boss. He's unable to join us today as he's located in Ireland. I told Kevin, I want to go out there and build my strength. I might not be 100% ready, but I wanted to try. And with the trust and the opportunity, I was reassigned from a senior manufacturing engineer to a senior project lead. Noted that work level remained the same, but I was then able to lead a cross-functional team and working with another project which we are transferring from San Jose, California back to Penang. I was not hesitate at that point and agree immediately on this assignment. Other folks might comment that, hey, you might be negotiate for higher level position and etc., right? And I just replied that, nah, at that point, I needed this experience. And it's the first time that I'm being officiated as a project title. I'm excited and yet worried. Actually, I try to connect the folks within my network asking for career advice, informing at the same time, being proud that I'm finally a project management practitioner, happy. And my manager actually noticed that my worry. He asked, what's your worry, CL? I just say that, yeah, I don't seem to have a formal connection with all the PM, especially within Boston Scientific. And he did not give me a specific reply or etc., right? But he rather looked at me and said that, hey, look at people around you. Especially in this hall, I would like to say that. But previously, it was that we are all surrounded by resources. You have to what you have to do is go and harvest it. Make yourself like a sponge. Grab this golden opportunity, not just to learn, but execute and learn at the same time. And most important, I still remember that what all the leaders that I follow were saying is that we will support you. So with the experience and the growth, I was able to promote to a project manager somewhere at near 2019. The trust and the courage is ultimately needed at the point of my career as a young project lead. And what's most important for me is to enjoy the process. But I know myself that I have to make a little push beyond the execution. Actually, I want to call a person out, which is JC. I contacted JC. So JC is right there. He actually is my old friend back when we worked in Changemaker at 2010. He was my PM, by the way, back in Changemaker. I told JC, I'm not sure you still remember or not, JC. I asked JC, what I can know more about PM? And this guy replied, Google. It's not, it's a Google PMI. So, okay, I'll say, okay, JC, I'll Google PMI. And that's where I actually came across aware about PMP, right? And I started to engage a friend as well as, I don't see her in this hall today. She actually worked in Ambu Medical. She also a PM practitioner. She then introduced me, Dr. Mui and Miss Colors from Career Growth about PMP Bootcamp. And if you follow me earlier, I was basically working in a project that required to actually co-location, right, between Penang and San Jose. In short, it was traveling 2 weeks here in Penang, back in the US, between East and West. So to getting my head around sitting in a class and the exam required a lot of determination. But thanks to both of them from Career Growth, Dr. Mui and Miss Colors here, has been very helpful, and I was able to find the slot for me to attend the PMP bootcamp. And that's how I remember first time meeting with Dr. Mui. Sitting in a class for 4 straight days is not easy commitment. I'm sure every one of you in this hall would agree. But I truly enjoy what I have been introduced. Especially the course, operation keep the lights on, strategy provide the light at the end of the tunnel, but project management is the train engine that moves the organization forward. I'm sure that this code resonates so much of us and the reason why the world needs project management. Participating in PMP Bootcamp is one action. Completing the PMP certification is another journey. It's up to all of us as individuals that we need the action to get there. Hour of sacrifice to go and sit, study for the exam is what ultimately makes this certification possible. I was able to pass my PMP exam, and I also been given the opportunity to actually become a lead trainer in Boston Scientific Penang to offer some of the basic project management course training, and subsequently introducing more folks from Boston Scientific to PMI relevant course, as well as continue leading different type of project across Boston Scientific Penang, from technology transfer to strategy project, as well as some system activities. So just a sideway before I continue my journey with Boston Scientific. Boston Scientific is a large multinational company that designs, manufacture, distribute the medical device. Our products that we make are focusing on saving people's life or correcting a major healthcare or an illness. We are one of the biggest, largest medical device around the world. We sell to around 114 countries worldwide. The facility that I'm attached to is in Batu Kawan. So, yep, we just heard about Batu Kawan future, right? So, and healthcare. So, Boston Scientific Batu Kawan is the first in Asia that manufacture and distribute. So, to the topic for today, is that true that is true that comparing to semiconductor, medical device might consider smaller scale? And one myth has been always asked that, actually there are two, right? But I would like to start with the first one. Generally to be asked is that, are we same? Are we same? Or are we different in terms of requirement of PM skill set in medical device industrial? So the answer is rather in between. Why is so? And for medical device, we are heavily regulated. We are regulated as part of ISO 13485, where a set of work instructions was written and released. It's an auditable document, and those work instructions is where govern our project activities. With an example, right, the next I'm going to show, our manufacturing strategy commercial transfer procedure are all well-written, released in our quality system. And PM roles, project management role, has been identified as a requirement as part of the resources to execute a project. And the work of each of the in-phase deliverable must be reviewed and is part of the auditable documents. In short, if we are not compliant to this procedure, we are unable to manufacture or even sell the product to our patients. And the area that I want to mention, same, is because we are aligning our top process from PMP roadmap. If you can see from the screen here, from initiation, detail planning, towards what we call commercialize, as normally we call in PMP roadmap as a project closure, right? It's much aligned, and you can see that it's aligned to our PMP process roadmap. And second question must have asked after I shared the previous, can a non-medical device individual work or hire in a medical device environment? Since it's heavily regulated and it's different from other industrial. The answer again is a yes. So taking me as an example, right, I'm not a biomedical graduate. I didn't get my first job as in medical device industrial, and I yet hired to be one of the Boston Scientific staff. And I would like to quote our CEO, Mike Mahoney. It's important we as Boston Scientific employee think of diversity, equality, and inclusion as what are the previous Dr. Joshua just shared, right? And as much as innovation or growing the company, this diverse perspective drives us to be a better, and that's how we solve the world healthcare toughest problem. In Boston Scientific, we recruit all the talent to make us success. Be diverse in recruiting, as the core skill from other industrial can be applied to medical device industry, especially the knowledge towards the PMP can be applied in anywhere. What we have learned in Boston Scientific as a medical device company, we must be reminded that all our delivery actually is to our patients. And our decision metrics has to be at that center point. It's not about cost when we're making a decisions. It's about if I'm making these decisions, is that safe for the patients? The culture and the skill set that we are bringing around is we educate ourselves that we will not cut corner on quality. Focus on patient is non-negotiable. So it's a bit like a critical triangle that PMI has mentioned over the ways of working: power skill, strategic business acumen, right? We in Boston Scientific trailblazing and cultivate by continuous improvement mindset and update our critical skill triangle as PMI recently just updated. We also been partnering globally with PMI as a large organization to actually provide 10% discount for new and renewal of PMI membership. And it's fair to say, aside from updating our critical skill triangle as just shared, we see challenge ahead of us as a Boston Scientific project management. In this fast, challenging, and changing world, from introductory of agile mindset, yet another question pop. How is a heavy regulated industry like us able to recognize the issue earlier and react by adapting to a right techniques and methodology to navigate through the issue? It's definitely one of the areas that we are collaborating with all around Boston Scientific Project Management Center of Excellence, and we are also engaging local training providers like Career Growth to actually fast-track our adoption to Agile. And again, we are not alone in Boston Scientific. We have a lot of sister sites around Europe and US, and we are very well connected, very, very globally approached. Over a quarter of our staff in Boston Scientific, Batukawan, has been sent for overseas for their assignment and acquire those skills from overseas back to Penang to ready them to do a transition to medical device industry. So to wrap things up for this morning, personally, I like to try different things. I did it for the years with the help of project management role. I've been able to expose to different areas with project management. And a wise man mentioned before, a career is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Thinking of how to build the experience around it requires you to get there. Don't really worry about the title, but work on it, experience on it. Create the strength and build the picture around it. Career from some other people might not be as linear as we thought could be, but that's okay. And it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And what most important for us is to continue to stay hungry and stay humble. We're surrounded by resources. Knowing resources is the line to connect the dots, and that becomes the network around you. And we, Boston Scientific, we make connection with PMI, with the platinum sponsor, by knowing that collaboration, connection is the key to experience, and the experience is the key to advance to next step. With that, I would like to close the topic for today. Thank you all the project leads around the world. Through your leadership role as strategic partner across all aspects of the world, we're able to serve more customers. And for Boston Scientific PM, for you to serve the patients. For all the PM, all of you that are sitting here, you are a time wizard. You make impossible look possible. That's my hats off to you, PM. Thank you.
Thank you, Siang. Thank you for that very, very motivating notes, especially towards the end. The message from all the PMs in the room and his personal journey that he has shared. Siang, can you just remain there? As I would like to invite Dr. Joshua once again to present the token of appreciation to Siang. Thank you.
Making the impossible possible. Wow. Tagline for me today.
Yeah, it's a very good sharing.
I call this magician.
And I will see this is a marathon.
You and your marathon. And I saw the picture up there just now. I forgot the microphone.
Thank you once again, Siang and Dr. Joshua.
Hey, Sunny.
Yes.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yes.
Look at me.
Every time look at her. Why?
Are you future ready?
Hey, I'm ever ready lah. Why leh?
Because the next topic is about being future ready. And this is related to green project management. So who will we have here, right? Can move the slide? No. Okay. So we are going to have Nehru Nagappan, a Chief Success Coach at Malaysia PMGNI, an organization where world-class PMO and project managers are made. The word is world-class, right? And he is a board of director at PMI Malaysia Chapter, and also a Global Advisory Council member at PMO Global Institute. The word is global, okay? And just now I said Dato Dr. Mui has 3 decades of experience, right? Mr. Nehru has over 35, don't ask his age, over 35 years of very rich industry experience, which we are going to dig from him later, okay? So let's have Dr. Nehru to share with us what he has about being future ready. Come, put your hands to welcome Dr. Nehru. Yes. Oh, yeah, okay. Got lucky draw code.
And this one. Because rock stars don't use rostrums. All right, so that's me hiding away. So a little bit about the topic. Let me start with the topic. Green project management. Whenever we talk about green, I'm sure what you are thinking. We are talking about planting trees. We are talking about environment. We are talking about greeneries. That's what green project management. What does that got to do with project management, you might ask? I do not know. You have to ask and you have to answer yourself at the end of this session. All right, so let me introduce myself. My name is Nehru and I am a Changemaker. So instead of elaborating all the 35 years of experience, which will take a lot of time, so I bring change to the environment, to the project management industry, to the people. In fact, all of you are project managers as well. In fact, I'm the youngest project manager in the world, if you know. Yeah, when I was 5 years old, my mother gave me a Lego set. That's when I became a construction project manager. Right, and I'm sure somebody will say, I started at age of 2. All right, so yeah, every one of us are change makers. Every one of us are project managers. My daughter is a change maker. She said, Daddy, my school wanted to plant trees. And she said, can you be the sponsor? I said, how many trees you want to plant? She said, 3,000. I say, okay, how much do you need? He said, 1 tree is about 3 ringgit. I say, okay lah. So I'm the project sponsor. She's the PM. She's the change maker. She made changes to the world. She contributed, all right, to the environment. So she's a change maker. How many of you are already married? No, you are not a change maker. Somebody changed you. All right, so I'm going to talk about this topic called sustainable development. In fact, you'll be asking, what does this got to do with me? I'm just a project manager in an organization. I'm just a PM. I'm just doing my IT project management. I'm just doing, whatever role, right? Whatever role that you're playing. What does sustainable got to do with me? Good question. I have no answer. Later, you'll answer this yourself. All right? So let's talk about this. By definition, it says sustainability development is development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Does it make sense? No, because who is bothered? I'm being paid salary, I'm just doing my corporate job. All right, so actually most of us are in that mode, right? We are just in employment mode. We are not considering sustainability. And seriously, when I talk to a lot of project managers, they say, nothing to do with sustainability. I'm just doing my projects. I'm meeting my deadlines. I'm meeting my budget requirement. I'm meeting my scope requirement. I'm meeting my quality requirement, the TCQS, right? The 4 KPIs of yours. So sustainability, no, it's nothing to do with me. So why am I here? No idea as well. You answer that question shortly. All right, but let me tell you some scary stories. And I think if I give you this awareness, then you might get some hints about how you can contribute to sustainability. In fact, how you are affected by whatever is going around in this world at the moment. Yeah, so I keep on pointing here. That works. All right, so here's the damage that's currently that we are facing. Actually, if you look at the content, what it says is, if you look at that website, www.overshootdays.org, right, .org, take a look at that website. I tell you, you'll be shocked and you will be like very emotionally affected by the data that's being presented there. It says, the date when the planet's biocapacity or the amount of ecological resources Earth is able to generate that year has already been used up. It's already been used up as of now. And by the humanity's ecological footprint, that's us, that's you, that's me. Yeah? And so that basically says humanity's demand for that year, for that particular year, you know. Every single year they actually measure this. And based on the latest data, it says we need 1.7 Earth to sustain 1 year. So the number will start growing every year as well. Next year might be 1.2, 1.3 and so on. But they said by year 2030, we need 2 Earth to support us, to sustain us. All right? Because the amount of footprints or damages that we are producing. There was a statistics as well. This is a beautiful statistics. In 1970s, if you look at 1970s, can't see the pointer, we were there. So we can sustain. From January all the way to December, we can sustain. But look at the latest numbers here. All right, so we can only sustain up to about August, you know. And beyond that, you know what's happening? We are borrowing the resources from our kids and future generations. Yeah, so the amount of toxic, things that we are throwing in the sea, the amount of things, just think about it. When you go for a walk later on, yeah, just look at the kind of rubbishes and all of these things that people throwing. I go for a jog. Guess what I do? I complain, my gosh, look at these human beings, you know, how much of rubbish they are throwing in. Sometimes I bring my daughter along. You know what she says? She doesn't say anything. She just picks up the rubbish, she just throws it into the rubbish bin. Yeah, which is a good thing, right? That's the new generation. Yeah, the new generation are already thinking about that. But we have been in this generation. Yeah, and we are not aware. Why? Because we are already part of that system. All right, so be aware of this. I'm going to show you more data, more horror stories as well. And look at that. What happened there? Yeah? Why is there? Look at this particular one. It's a good thing COVID happened, right? Yeah, we managed to save something there. I wish COVID is longer, but I'm sure you don't like it. All right, but that's the kind of damage we have been contributing, and it's back, you know, it's back. We are back into so-called norm. in terms of damaging the environment. I live in an environment, it's called Setia Alam in Shah Alam. Beautiful place, right? It's, they really focus on ecosystem, everything, you know. And the home that I'm staying, they really focus on sustainability, rainwater harvesting, solar, we don't have electricity or whatsoever. So when it comes to lighting, when it comes to shower, everything is solar based. Yeah, so the developer is really thinking forward, you know. Henry here is also a property, you know, he sells property, one of our board of directors. He talks about this. He said, do not buy property thinking about what's your current need, you know. Your kids in 20 years might not appreciate what you are doing now. They might start criticizing you in 20 years. They said, where's the sustainability? Why our condos are this way? There's no sustainability at all. So think about that for future, for your future generation as well. Look at these numbers. This one, I just got it last night. Some data from this website. I forgot what's the name of this website. So world population is now 8 billion, right? Yes. Do you know that this is not supposed to be today's number? This number is supposed to be next year, February's data. But, whoa, we all are really ahead of schedule on this. Good project managers. Yeah, so we are in 8.2. And birth this year alone is 122 million births today itself. If you look at the current data, if you can go to that website now, I think it'll be 80,000. Just for today, from 12 midnight up to today, 80,000 births. That is 12,000. I wish that's higher, but then, yeah. And look at this number. It's world population is not growing at a normal rate, you know. It's actually spiking up. That's where we are, 8 billion people now. And look at the environment, the number of forests lost this year, right, is just growing. And all of these are data, all of this actually data that talks about our legacy that we are leaving behind to our children and to our future. All right, so more data for you before I start talking about project management. You have heard about this. The Alps will be ice-free by 2100, right? So that's one. Our carbon damage that we are producing, you can see it everywhere. Whether it's Penang or KL or wherever around the world, you can already see these damages around the world. Water and all the various resources, shortages. You think this happens in Africa and India and China or whatsoever? It's happening here as well. Yeah, so a lot of damages. Look at this, and this is what Dato actually mentioned about this as well. Equality rights, inequality rights. So just 8 people around the world, just 8 people, they already own the wealth of 3.6 billion people's wealth, you know. All right, is that fair? Is that equal? No. How about corporate tax dodging? People who are avoiding taxes. That can support about $100 billion, you know, for the poor countries. Women are paid 20% less than their male counterpart. It's happening. Seriously, from PMI. And these are data that I collected myself from the construction industry. I asked them why the numbers are small when it comes to female project managers. How can they work at night? We have to work at night, midnight, and so on. They can't work. What happens if they're pregnant? These are actually actual information that they are giving, you know. This is what? This is like what Dr. Joshua mentioned. Yeah, this is unethical when you talk along this line. It's nothing about gender, it's nothing about your race, religion, or whatever. It's all about your brain. Right? Project management is here. It's not in your gender. Gender, you keep it in your toilet and your bedroom. But when it comes to project management, it's your brain. Same it goes for race, religion, all of this stuff has nothing to do with project management. Yeah, it's all about your capacity, how you build your intelligence and knowledge and skills in project management. All right, so, and if you look at the other data, it says women of color fare even worse. Yeah, when it comes to salary. The riches are already accumulating wealth. You can see that a lot of data is coming when it comes to, especially after COVID. Yeah, they are getting richer and richer, and at an alarming rate, actually, in fact. So now let's talk about sustainability. But before that, I can ask the same question again. Nehru, what does this got to do with me? All this data and facts that you are telling me just now. I'm just a project manager, right? At whatever organization that you're working. Let's talk about this. I'm going to show you this slide. I'm sure you can see, right? Intentionally. Because I want to test your project management knowledge now. All right, so you are familiar with this, right? The 49 processes of project management. So each one of them has its own processes. And I know that you are implementing and you are practicing these processes in your project. So we have 5 life cycles. Under each one of these life cycle is actually divided by the 10 knowledge area. And under this, each one of these knowledge area, intersecting components are your processes. Yeah, we are implementing processes. But the question is, have you incorporated sustainability in it? Let's talk about this. Just to open our eyes. Oh my gosh, I've never thought about it. All right? So, in 1994, this person by the name of John Elkington produced this concept called triple bottom line. And he says, whenever you do project, consider these 3 factors. Consider people. Look after your resources. Whenever I train people, I always mention, it's not about you as a PM. If you are thinking of yourself, then you're talking about heroism. But project is all about team. So therefore, you got to look after your team. And David, our president, always talks about this as well. You look after your team, they'll look after your customers as well. Tony Fernandez mentioned about this as well. So therefore, focus on people. That's number 1. Number 2, while you are doing project, always consider, every single situation, consider the planet and the environment. I'll come back to that. I'll link this back to the 49 processes shortly. The third component when it comes to sustainability is prosperity. Of course, project is all about income and wealth. From the project profitability that we get, that's the only way we can actually pay everyone's salary or, do some charity or whatever. So these 3 things must be a balance, Let's take a look at this again. Where's the damage? I'll start with the one that damaged me the most. Procurement management. Procurement management. When I say sustainability, it's not just about green, Every single processes are being affected. When I say procurement management, and Malaysia is famous for this, which is? Anyone can tell me? Hey, we are famous for that, lah. Makan. Wow, makan is a very polite word. Raswa is a proper word. All right, so... All right, so the amount of unethical issues that's happening in projects. Team, I have been doing projects for 35 years. And I tell you, the kind of things that I go through, especially when doing government projects and GLCs or whatever, scary, pretty scary actually, right? The amount of, not only amount, the techniques that they use for bribery. It's a scary story. That's a different, it's a seminar by itself. Yeah, it's a big story. But here's the thing, why are we contributing to this? Don't blame procurement department. We are project managers. Project manager, remember in 1964, we came up with this concept called single point of responsibility. We are responsible. Yeah? So when it comes to tenderer, so vendor selection and so on, we are accountable. There's a lot of unethical practices there. Is that sustainable? Think about it. You are damaging your future, your kids, and look at our country. All right, all of these are the bad practices that happens. Now, let's go to others. Procurement is one example. Let's talk about resources. Team building, team management. Are we sustainable in terms of that? You have heard about all of these issues, people resigning. You know, there's a program that I've conducted, you know, I've conducted PMP programs as well. Today they sit for the PMP exam, tomorrow they resign. Right, because they said they can't take this organization. How about that sustainability perspective when it comes to human resources? Are you doing the right approach? I'm talking about processes in managing your resources. How about scope management? Variation order, scope creep, gold plating. Where's the process for that? Again, I'm telling you from a perspective of a process, yeah? A lot of processes are not there in place, so therefore you got to rework, and you know, that's again, is not sustainable. Every single one of them, quality management. You did not focus on quality because I have no time, there's a deadline, we have to catch up. So therefore, you miss in training your resource when it comes to quality assurance, quality controls. So when you lack training, what do you get in your project? Rework. Is rework sustainable? Again, you look at every single area. Now I hope I can sort of open your eyes and see, you know, the kind of damage we are doing within the 49 processes itself. Yeah? So look at processes and look at the products that you are delivering. Is it sustainable? In every single one of them. I just give a few examples, but go through each one of these 10 knowledge area. One of the questions during one of the training, I was asked about this. But boss, I'm just a programmer. What am I supposed to do with all the SDGs and you know, the one that they're talking about, sustainability? Go back to the procurement again. One of the criteria, those days, yeah, about 20 years ago, one of the criteria was the cheapest wins when it comes to tender. So the cheapest wins, sometimes, you know what we do? Let's get it from India, let's get it, the resource from Pakistan. They are the cheap resource, you know. And then, once we actually engage with them, we squeeze them some more, you know. Yeah, we squeeze them so that, you know, at least it benefits our organization. Ask yourself from a perspective of sustainability. Pakistan, for example, yeah, the people in Pakistan, are they well-to-do? Pretty poor, right? Most of them. You squeeze them to the maximum. Do you think they can build their wealth? Do you think they can support their family? Do you think they can look after their food or whatsoever? Think about it. Is that sustainable? All right? So you are hiring. You said you are a programmer, but you are hiring them, this kind of resources, by squeezing. That's not sustainable. Yeah? So look at every single perspective of project management that you are doing. And your resources, just now I talked about your resources, right? Squeezing them. When you want to hire a team member, you are squeezing them. Get the cheapest resource. What happens? Quality issues. So you have all of these issues, you know. You got unskilled team, you are paying them lower wages, and you are making higher profits, which is not sustainable. So the triple bottom line that I mentioned, it says, build a skilled team, the right people with the right skill. It's okay for you to pay based on their skills. From that, you get higher productivity, you get less management because they have experiences, better quality in terms of output. You can also sell it for higher prices and you get much more higher price, profits. That's sustainable. I want to ask you one sensitive question, but before that, here's some of the questions you got to ask your boss. I mean, don't ask your boss, but ask yourself. Yeah? Is it fair employee compensation? Do you have employee trainings? Hey, team, last month, I went to Sarawak, you know, for one training, yeah? Anybody from Sarawak? I think you know the kind of story that's happening there, one of the largest Sarawak company there. So I went and trained them, you know. After training, so at the end of the day, right, 5 o'clock, I'm supposed to be giving out the certificate to them, right? To every one of them, because they'll be so proud of the certificate, you know. So just about to give the certificate, the MD came to the room, you know. He said, no, stop. And he asked me to come out for a while to talk to him. And he said, don't give the certificate. In this company, we don't practice that. I asked him, why? No, what happens if they leave the company? They will use the certificate to apply for, so they are not allowed. You know. So what they will do is, they actually ask me all the certificate, they keep in a file. When the person resigns, guess what they will do? They actually burn the certificate. Seriously, PMP certificate, whatever, they actually burn. They don't give it to that resource. You see the kind of mentality, yeah? All right, so that's where this thing comes in. Your training and all of this, is it sustainable? Support for volunteerism. Would they be able to make mistakes in the organization? Do you allow them rooms and space for them to make mistakes? In PMI, we practice that. Yeah, so that's where the volunteerism comes in. If you think that you want to be comfortable, confident, come to PMI. We give you projects. Make mistakes there, enjoy there, right? But so that in your organization, at least you have learned from the experiences, you practice a more sustainable projects there. Look at waste generation, recycling, electricity consumption in your office, local economic impact, and also for your own self, you know. Have you studied this PMI salary survey? Very upsetting data, right? I do not know how many of you, and every time I talk to an organization, they do get upset with this salary survey done by PMI. So I usually ask people, how much is your salary? I can also ask you now, how much is your salary now? And you are going to be depressed. All right, so some of you will say 2,500, some of you will say 3,000, 5,000, whatever. If you look at the salary, it goes by your ranking, yeah, and the number of years. If you have 5 years experience, you should be able to get about 8,000, 10,000. If you have about 8 years, 10 years experience, your salary is supposed to be 15,000. We are supposed to be one of the highest paid in the industry. We are the third highest paid, right, after the data scientists and the MBA holders. So it's in there. These are data collected by PMIs, right? And there are some people, depending on the location, their salary is about 25,000. I know some of them in Putrajaya, Cyberjaya earning 60,000 per month. Yeah, so these are salary, these are data all in PMI salary structure. Check out the PMI website and you will know about it as well. Okay. So here's the guideline team. You know about the SDGs, right? Next time, whenever you do project planning, always consider this. Every single one of them are interrelated to each other, you know, and interrelated to your 49 processes. Think about it. The next time you do hiring, are you considering this or not? No poverty, zero hunger. I mentioned about the Pakistan story just now. Are you considering that? Let's take a look at quality education. Are you providing that for your resources? Let's take a look at good health and well-being. Are you abusing your resources, asking them to work 12 hours, 15 hours? There are organizations like that. Yeah? Where is the proper life balance? Are you getting the sunlight in the morning? Are you getting enough rest at night? All of these are the balance that you got to look at. Clean water, sanitation. I mean, you just look at each one of them. Reduce inequalities. I just spoke about it just now. Is your salary commensurates your skills, right? And the gender gap. Remember the 5 things that you got to consider, team. Number 1, whenever you make a decision, do not consider gender. Number 2, whenever you talk about all of these, yeah, first inequality is gender. Second one is race, religion, culture. What else? Age. Do not consider age as a factor when you're choosing your team members. Some are brilliant ones out there at a young age, you know. We have a project manager, our own team member, currently in Australia, from PMI Malaysia. She was actually about 22 years old when she became a project manager. And then later, she became one of the project managers for our MRT, the Kajang line. And then now she's actually in Australia building tunnels in New Zealand. 27 years old only. Female. What do you say about that? Right? And she's also, before she went to New Zealand, she was building the arch, you know, the construction. She's part of the construction industry. Who says she cannot work at night? All right, so all of this, again, let me go back to that Same thing. Project management is about knowledge, skills, and tools and techniques. And the last discrimination is based on disability. Do not discriminate against disabilities just because they are on a wheelchair or whether they have a diabetic. You diabetic, you can be a PM. Nothing to do with, project management, Project management is, again, it's about your brain power. All right, so consider all of this whenever you are looking at project management, yeah? And our traditional thing, right? Our 4 quadrant, yes, we call it time, cost, quality, scope. This is our traditional project management. What the green project management is recommending to you is this. Yes, please proceed with this. This can be your KPI. Your project must be within the deadline, must be within the budget, within the requirements, and within the best quality. Good. But also please consider a few more factors, which is this one. Time, cost, quality, scope is there. At the same time, look or consider into the impact of your project to the planet. Yeah? The other one, product and processes. The 49 that I've showed you just now, each one of them you consider. Which area we can consider from a perspective of sustainability? The procurement that I mentioned to you, the resource management that I mentioned to you, quality management that I mentioned to you. Each one of them you look at the sustainability factor. The third one would be prosperity, wealth. Do not squeeze just to make money. Instead, prosperity must also be shared. Yes, the whole idea of an organization is to be prosperous, to be wealthy, but do it ethically, no bribing, no unethical practices. So consider these 3 perspectives while you are running your project as well. Boleh? Now let me ask you this question. Why am I talking about all of this in project management? Are you able to relate it? Yeah, so it's not just about our 49 processes, yeah? It's beyond that. Some people, some expert in sustainability in Malaysia says, Nehru, we are no longer sustainable. We are gone. We are now, our duty now is just to maintain. I wish to disagree with her, but looking at the data, it is scary, right where we are. Yeah, so don't let your kid or your granddaughter or whoever in future start telling, look at what my grandfather said. Look at what my ancestors said. My daughter already calling me ancestor. That's a different story already. Yeah, but we are already doing enough damage. I think it starts from us. We are who? Change makers, exactly. Yeah, we are project managers at the same time. We are change makers. So therefore, this responsibility lies in every one of us as a project manager. In your organization, consider all of this. Create awareness within your organization. So having said that, so that's the end of my part of the story. That's my PM Genie. That's the brand that I have. And in case if you have any kind of questions that you want to ask or how to go about implementing this, in fact, also do it this way. If you think PMI should come to your organization and promote project management to everyone within your organization, feel free to reach out to us. We'll do it free, complimentary for you, and just for the sake of creating the awareness in project management for your organization. So it's, I know that all of you are here, but not everyone from your organization is here. We can do a customized one for your organization as well. Reach out to us, yeah? And having said that, since I'm talking about sustainability, there are some guides on how to incorporate the 49 processes into your sustainability. Yeah, so if you want this free guide, it's actually free. I can get it for you. So just scan that code and I will email it to you. Boleh? That ends my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
1 minute. Our organizer asked me to mention about this. You have this, right? Yeah, please use this sustainable material.
Woo!
So I do that as well. Don't throw rubbish. I feel, seriously, I feel guilty whenever I see plastics everywhere. So for the sake of your future, children's as well, consider all of this. Anything that's sustainable, support them. Yeah? Thank you, team.
Thank you once again, Nehru, for that sustainability plus all the 3 Ps, that you have mentioned. Thank you once again, 3P, the planet, prosperity, and people.
Nehru, please stay on the stage. I have one question from the audience, not from me. All right, you may need the mic, yeah. So this question is from someone, okay. How can we achieve as PM the right attitude, training, and etc. for our resources in the company context?
Right attitude and?
Training and etc. for our resources in the company context.
Okay. Wow, nice question. I like this. Attitude, it comes from various angles. It's an environmental issue. Environment means it starts with your family. Right? You are like this because of your family, the way your parents are brought up. So same it goes for your resources. They were brought up by their parents. Yeah? But the environment also includes you in your organization. You as a boss, as a project manager, you can definitely influence your team members. And you know how long it takes? Not today, tomorrow. It takes, and based on my own practice, it takes minimum 6 months for you to change a habit or attitude. It's not an easy thing. First, you have to build trust. Second is vulnerability. They must be vulnerable to you. They must open up. And from there, conversations start taking place. Team bonding takes place. All of this takes at least about 6 months. For me, it takes 3 months because I accelerate the process of team bonding for my team, for my projects. So yeah, it's a process, but you have to invest. As I always tell people, today you plant a seed, don't expect durian tomorrow. Yeah, it's a journey. Sometimes these people might not be part of your project. 5 years, 10 years down the road, they'll remember what Nehru have done in investing in them, grow, training, and all of this stuff. Yeah, so send them for training, even though in future they might not be part of your project, but they will be a great project managers one day. Yeah, good one.
Thank you. That was the only question.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Nehru. You may be now.
Dr. Joshua?
MC, gonna get terminated already soon. Okay,
Yes,
so,
now you know what you need to do. Yes, token of appreciation for Nehru. Let's get Dr. Joshua. Thank you for this beautiful information and knowledge that we have a very good integrations of how sustainability right now makes sense into the project management. And you as a project manager, you have a big role to play. Thank you.
The keyword is to be resilient, to be the change maker. So this morning we I call him Ui lah, okay na? We talk about Penang economy, and then CL shared his humble beginning, and then we talk about sustainability. The next agenda is about project management landscape. It's a panel discussion, and panel discussion talk about what, Sunny?
All right, panel discussion. Yes, this is going to be some interesting topics from the panelists and the moderator. Up next is, let's get the stage ready as well. Up next is a panel discussion. Who will be cast more light on the criticality of a PM talent pool, along with the core competency that PMs, as you are, should develop. And we have 3 beautiful panelists together with us. And with this, I would like to also invite and give a bio about the moderator for this session. The moderator is Preeta Nambiar. Preeta is a senior consultant for Deloitte Consulting Southeast Asia, with a focus on driving operation transformation for high-tech company. And Preeta, she has her 12 years experience in semiconductor industry, especially in the field of R&D. And with this, we are very delighted to have Preeta together with the panelists to be on stage. Yes, we have Lepin, Lepin, my good friend, and followed by Jonathan Teh, and followed by Lim King Siang. Let's give them a round of applause again.
Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing today? Good. All right, thank you. So I'm Preeta, and I'm also very excited to be here. We have an interesting lineup of topic. Well, basically in the next 45 minutes, guided by the industry expert panelists, we'll be uncovering two topics, right? So the first one is in terms of the present and future outlook of our PM talent trend within Malaysia. And second, you'll be finding out what are the key steps that we can take in terms of developing a robust PM talent pool. Now, I'm really excited to have this conversation kickstarting. But before that, let me introduce to you our panelists. So, firstly, our first panelist is a project director for AMS Ashram. Now, with a career spanning over 30 years, I dare say he's not a newbie in the project management world, and even more so in developing our future project managers. His key defining moments within his project management career, well, when his operation transformation project came up victorious in the AMS Ashram Business Improvement Competition in 2021, his project took home first prize against 173 teams. Truly a pinnacle in the world of project management. It's with great pleasure I introduce to you my coach, my friend, KS. All right, so moving forward, our next panelist is currently the Logistic Biz Operation Director for Intel Malaysia. She brings 25 years of experience as a project manager and project sponsor. The breadth of her knowledge and experience, well, it spans across multiple departments. Her most defining moment within the world of project management, well, it's when she was Intel Penang's construction manager, driving a major construction project while managing multiple project managers. All this despite having no technical background. It's with pleasure I introduce to you Lepin. All right, now our final panelist is currently the Director of Penang Turner and Townsend. He's a professionally certified cost manager in the realm of construction with an accumulated total project value more than 10 billion ringgit throughout his 18 years of career. His understanding in both the mechanical and electrical aspects of a building, as well as his active involvement in high-tech manufacturing projects such as data centers and wafer fabs, truly makes him one of a kind. So I'm pleased to introduce to you Jonathan. Okay, so our panel discussion will take about 30 minutes, upon which we will reserve the last 10 minutes for your questions and comments. So this will keep the conversation a little bit more engaging. There are two ways you can ask your question. The old school style is just approach the microphones and shoot your questions. Or if you're a little shy, then just drop your message in the WhatsApp group. We'll have Sally and Sunny looking out for your questions. All right, so I'd like to start with KS. You've been an industry expert. You've seen the industry in the last 30 years. So, and you've also seen how the PM. Sorry, you having problems with the mic? Okay, so maybe I just start again. You've been in the industry for almost 30 years, and you've seen how the PM has been changing with time. So, sorry, a little technical. Hello? Okay. So, from your perspective, how do you see the future demand for project managers will look in the next 5 to 10 years? And in your opinion, what are the key factors that will shape this demand?
Well, thank you, Preeta, and a very good morning, everyone. In my perspective, I see a very positive outlook for the project management professional in this region. And the reason I say so is that as what Dr. Mui was telling us earlier in the morning, right? The very strong investment that in this region, if I were to show you this slide here, right? There are few factors that driving the demands for the project managers in this region. Number one, strong investment. If based on the MIDA data on 2021, I think Malaysia hit the record highest approved investment of about 306 billion, and of which 195 billions are for manufacturing sector. And guess what? In northern region itself, Penang and Kedah, we contribute about 74% of this 194 billion. This is the approved investment. It will be materialized throughout over the 3 to 5 years or even 10 years duration, right? Now, with such a high investment, the demand for project managers would definitely increase because a significant portion of this investment going to be spent through a project work. In a way like building factories, building the logistic hub, and also the infrastructure that needed to supply all the expansion that we have. Right? Now, not only that, once the factories are built, we will need to then put in the clean room, the air water plants, the waste water treatment plant, all the facility infrastructure. Again, these are project works, right? Now, when you get the clean room is ready, then we will need to fill in the equipments to bring in the capacities for the plants that we are built for. All these activities are not the day-to-day operational tasks. They are project works. So with that, I see a strong demand for project managers in this region over the next 5-10 years' time, right? Second factor is the project for the product development are getting more and more complex. Why do I say so? Because the product that we are building today are getting smarter, right? They're getting connected and they're highly integrated. When developing such projects, you will need to think much more complex situation where the area like the requirement management, risk management, they are getting more complex. I'll give you an example. When you're developing a product that require to integrate multiple components, you will now need to look into requirement management, not only on the component by itself, but also take into consideration of their interaction, the potential risk may come out from there. Similarly, to all other knowledge area in the project management, that will require really the upskilling of the talents for the PM to deal with such complexity. So in summary, I see there's a lot of factors that driving the demands for the project managers, not only in terms of the numbers of the project managers that we need to have, as well as also the demand for the highly skilled project managers that to deal with the more complex project. So with that, I would like to thank PMI Malaysia for organizing this event, because this is really a good platform for all of us to come together, to share and to learn from each other. to continuously learn and improve our skill, and at the same time, attract new talents to our PM community. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, KS. So, yeah, so KS is talking about a greater demand, and we have to supplement it with high-skilled PMs. Lepin, you've spent numerous years as a project sponsor. So from your perspective, what are your thoughts in terms of required PM talent skill sets to meet the business needs for today as well as the future?
Thank you, Preeta. Very warm good morning to everybody, and thank you to PMI for having me here today. Now, I'm probably the non-typical PM. When they first approached me, I think Siu Fui and Hussein, I said, I don't have any certification, right? And, but you heard Preeta, I'm currently mostly in the capacity of a sponsorship. So, and what I've observed and I like to share from my point of view, my humble point of view is, what makes a good PM stick up or stood up, right? Now, recently I read through a research by Gartner, what makes an effective PM. It's not certification, because they have done a study, both the certified PM as well as non-certified PM equally are high performers. So if you are not, I'm not trying to discourage you from taking a PMP, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is if you don't already have that, don't let that stop you, okay? You can still be a high-performing PM. Next one is definitely not even process expert. I know Nehru, you shared a lot of the diagram and processes, 49, I think I heard you say that. But certainly that's also not one of the indicators that make an effective PM, okay? In fact, it's entrepreneurship skill, right? There are 10 of them that was listed by Gartner, but in my humble opinion, I'm just gonna list out what are the top 4. 3 are soft skill, 1 are probably slightly technical, but not technical. So first on the top is leadership. You must be able to stand out, rally a team. You heard a lot about team inclusiveness. You must be able to decide. In my capacity, I've often seen PM who is not able to decide, even though you think it's a common sense, right? But I was often told common sense is not that common sometimes. So you must be having a good leadership, right? Remember, Preeta was saying earlier, I was somehow appointed to be a construction manager with 0 construction experience. In fact, Hui San, the MC, Sunny, she used to be in one of our projects as an engineering, mechanical engineer. Now, but what I was able to do is basically, from my humble opinion, I practice listening skill as a leader. I think that's very crucial. When you don't know anything about the business, don't pretend, listen, learn very quickly, fail very quickly, okay? Second, communication. Now, communication is very interesting. A lot of you think it's English, right? And if I speak with a slightly funny slang, will that stop me? No. It's not about English, but it's what you communicate in a very short, clear, and able to influence people. I've seen people who communicate as though they have to take everybody through their journey, right? I spent 3 days on this project. Let me tell you, from the first hour, I slogged through midnight. And by the way, I'm a woman too, right? So thank you, Nehru, for pointing it out. Woman, I believe, is a glue. We are unique in that sense. We are relationship builder. So don't take everybody through your journey of the 3 days, like I said. Just tell them what is the problem, what is the action, what are the risks, right? Make that communication stick, right? They don't want to know what you have gone through, whether you have sleepless night, you fight with your team, you fight with your manager, you fight with the resource budget, explode. They don't want to know. They just want to know you have a problem, how you're going to solve it, tell me what you need. Simple. And thirdly, critical thinking. All of us are biased. If I ask you, are you biased, and you tell me you're not, that's probably not true. All of us are biased, even with the recent election, right? How many of you are actually listening to, if you are supporting one party, you actually go and listen to other party's speech? Likelihood, no. You only listen to what you want to listen, so everybody got your own biasness. The point of critical thinking is how do you then dissect your biasness and focus on seeking the truth? And be curious. Be curious to ask. Ask the wrong question and you will never get the right answer. I always tell people that. Finally, planning. Albert Einstein said this, if you give me 60 minutes, I'll spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem. And maybe 5 minutes on the solution. So that's how important it is for you to spend more time on planning, which includes, by the way, anticipating all the risks, what could happen, you know, from a resource, scope, even budget, right, timeline, schedule. So that will be what I will sum up the 4 skills.
Okay, thank you, Lei Bin. So we have leadership, we have communication, we have critical thinking, sorry, I missed that one, and the final one, planning. All right, so Jonathan, you've spent almost 18 years managing high-tech manufacturing projects. So what do you think are the core competencies required for a PM to succeed with changing demands in our workplace?
Thank you, Preeta. It's a very good question. Coming from the construction industry, I can see that our client is getting smarter and smarter, and of course it's getting more and more demanding, but of course in the positive way. So as the PM for the construction projects, the client always asks for the shorter duration, a lower cost, or better quality. And to cope with all these changing demand, put aside the technical knowledge that Nehru have mentioned this morning, the 49 process. I think they are, a couple of the soft skills that also mentioned by Lei Ping just now. Lacey just now. These are the 3, I would call it as a ultimate skill that need to be acquired as a competent PM. The very first one would be the proactive approach. So whether you are the PM for the construction project or the PM for the new product development, time is always crucial, and time is money. So as the competent PM, you must always stay ahead of the time. So you must always know what to happen next, and you always plan ahead. So that is the, by doing so, we can identify earlier what are the potential problem or the risks. And then we can bring it to the team for the discussion and brainstorming for the idea, for the potential or the viable solution or the mitigation. Yeah. And then what we really don't want to see here is you just sit there and wait for things to happen, and then you only react accordingly, which to me is already too late, because you have a limited, it will constrain your solution and also the potential mitigation. Okay, in summary, this competency enables you to identify the challenge, and you love the challenge. You work hard by engaging with your people at all levels to make a change happen and see things through. The second competency that I want to talk about is also highlighted by Lacey just now, is critical thinking, but it's more from the construction way of critical thinking. Yeah. So because for every construction is unique for construction projects, and that's why there's no one single formula that can apply for all the projects. So as the competent PM, you are also the lead for the PM. And this means that you have to be able to lead the team to solve the problem. So in order for you to able to be critical thinking, you must first, you have to ask the right question. And then you will do the deep dive of the analysis of the problem. And then you will identify the potential solution or what the alternative they bring along with, and what would be the potential solutions. So, and then you are able to communicate out to the team effectively, clear and concise. In short, we don't just stand still, and then we will challenge ourselves and others to do better every day. And we drive the improvement and also raise the standard all the time. Last but not least, the third competency is, I think, also been mentioned this morning, is about diversity. I think, especially in Penang, we have all foreign investors coming in, invested in Penang. And those people that we are working in, including our colleagues, the design team and the general contractor are coming from a different country. They have a different social or the different ethnic background. So that is important that as a competent PM, you must promote a culture of care and also the inclusivity. By role modeling the courtesy and empathy in your own relationship, you create the inclusive environment where everyone can thrive, and you make time for everyone to voice regardless what position they are or what role they are. So in summary, you're able to bring out the best in everyone and help each other to make most of their own potential and always learning from the others. I think, I hope that these are the ultimate skills that I mentioned. It can be bring and apply for use wherever you go or whatever field you are in. So yeah, I hope that I have shared this in the language is more human and controversial tongue, and hope can bring some inspiration to the guys. Yeah.
All right,
thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. So augmenting further from Lepin's list of competencies, we have productivity as well as diversity, right? So these key competencies will ensure we have a robust talent pool. Now, KS, you've been working extensively with AMS or Shum to develop future project managers. So from your perspective, right, taking more of an organizational view, what are the recommended strategies that an organization can take in order to effectively and sustainably shape the PM talent?
Well, I think in this area, first of all, I would support what Lei Ping was telling us. Certificate does not count. Right? I fully support that. Yes, no. Well, why did I say so? You know, in my opinions, in order to effectively develop any talents, we got to look beyond just training itself. I think what is more important is the experiential learning phase that comes right after the training. That is the phase that requires us to practice and to master the skill that what we have just learned, isn't it? In fact, there are training models that believe 70% of true learnings are actually happening during the experiential, or what we call on-the-job learning phase. When you're free, you can Google out 70, 20, 10 training models. That will tell you exactly that, right? Let me share with you a story, in how I developed some training program back in the AMS Australia. About 3 years ago, I got a challenge from our headquarters, from Germany, that we want to build more PM talents locally in Malaysia to support the ongoing demands for more PMs. So during that time, I have really opportunity to work with many different people like from my HR development, talent development group, people like from industry guru like Dr Mui, And I also work with a couple of my senior project manager, I think Brandon, Christine. We were working on how to develop and implement an effective and sustainable development program for PMs, right? So we managed to come up with some ideas, some concept, and we also got chance to carry out and pilot run for the first year. And subsequent years, we continuously make improvement, adjustment on that. And now we are about in the fourth years of running this program, right? I thought it might be a good idea to share this with you today, including also the program as well as also some of our learning along the way. And what is important is I also like, to learn from some of you, some of the best practices that you have in your organization, so that we can further enhance this program further, right? So let me walk you through one of the experiential trainings program, or I call it development programs, that we have in the AMS Ostrom, what we call PM Curriculum at OS. So this is about 9 to 12 month program that have 3 elements: the e-learning, the formal trainings, and the curriculum projects, right? We start the e-learnings where we prepare the participants with the necessary basic knowledge about project management. And then they will go on to a series of advanced project management classes, typically 2 days each, for about each month for about 8 modules, right? But the focus here is really the curriculum projects. Each participant will be assigned to lead a business project that's sponsored by different function heads within our organizations. And at the same time, I have a team of PM coaches that we will assign to this team to guide them throughout the whole programs, right? So the participants typically will work on this project for about 6 to 8 months. And this is the time where they have chance to apply what they have learned in the trainings, okay? That is really a good learning phase for them. And also, they have a chance to deal with the real stakeholder, like in any other projects that we have, right? So for me, I think this is where the real learning happens, where the experience takes place, right? On one hand, it is the real business, real project environment. On the other hand, it is also a safe and supportive environment because they are guided by the PM coaches and they are encouraged to learn from the mistake along the way, right? So in our opinions, I think this is a very good program where people have chance to really experiencing what it is all about, right? Yeah, I think that will be what I could share today. There are a lot more details about this program, but unfortunately I don't have time to go through it. If any of you are interested about that, just feel free to get in touch with me anytime.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a very comprehensive curriculum to develop future talent of PM. So moving forward, occasionally we've been seeing news clippings of semiconductor companies talking about workforce reduction. And then on the other hand, I see news that Bank Negara says Malaysia will not be going into a recession next year, but we'll be definitely having a challenging growth. So this question is definitely for Jonathan and Lepin, but I want to start with Jonathan first. What is your opinion in terms of the resilience of project managers within the industry, especially during these uncertain times?
Thanks, Preeta. Throughout my, sorry about myself, throughout the 18 years of working experience, I think the past recessions will happen on 2008. And the time I was working in the UK for one of the MNC company as the cost manager, yeah. I think that time, just some personal sharing, the HR is going to review the resources plan because most of our construction as a consultancy, we will review our resources. All our fee income is based on the resources, and that the hiring managers is going to review our resources They started from quarterly, throughout the 2008, started from quarterly resources review up to every month or even twice a month. So what really my personal experience is you have to be pessimistically optimistic, meaning to say that you have to, because this is happening and you can't avoid that. You really have to identify it, and then you really understand what is the worst for you, and then you will foresee or you plan for what is your contingency plan if that hit you. Yeah. So to me, you have to really be alert and stay focused on what you are doing well. At the same time, you be alert what is happening around you, whether it be the micro in your company level or as the macro as a whole industry and the global.
Okay,
Yep.
so being pessimistically realistic and being alert.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Lepin, what's your take on that?
I'm just going to speak from the aspect of people in your own personal resiliency. You cannot stop or you cannot control the environment. You know, recession is going to always happen. So is the upside of the economy or the boom. What you can control is what do you do. Now, what I didn't add earlier on was I think the other critical skill that a PM always I have seen is you guys are very good in adapting to environment because you're trained, right? You have all these 49 process, and it's not just process per se. That 49 process is to help to guide you on what is your next step. So you have a very methodical process, how to go about from planning, initiation to all the way to execution. So it's the same. Let's just say your career ended at one particular company. That's not the end of it. You are a PM, you're trained for this. You're trained for a difficult crisis moment, and you are also trained when you have when you have a bigger project or complex project. So believe in yourself. You are trained for this, and you're very adaptable. One of the things that I've seen people who are very successful is they are like adapter. You guys know adapter, right? Like my son, oh my goodness, if his phone run out of battery, he's like running around, oh, I need an adapter, I need a battery. So that's what you are. If things happen, you can control how you react and what do you do as the next step. You guys are all trained for it, so that will be my context to it.
Okay, well said, Lepin. I think we all can agree PMs are highly adaptable. All right, on that note, let's move into the question and answer session. Do we have anyone who has any questions for our panelists? Sure, Roland, go ahead. Just grab the mic.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, so Roland, you're asking in what type of environment can we encourage critical thinking, right? Yes. Yep. So what type of environment can we allow critical thinking to kind of be robust?
Okay, thank you for that question. As a manager, as a PM, I think somebody mentioned this earlier, you must create an environment that are very conducive for people to fail, right? And once they fail, if they fail fast. And then it has to start from the leader. Leader, you have to set the tone. I always tell my people, I'm the least smart person in this room. Really. I don't know how many times I've failed. But here I am still talking to all of you. That has to mean something. So it really has to start from the leader and how you set the tone. And not only that, during crisis, how do you behave as a leader? From an employee perspective, don't be too afraid to take risks, because that's the only way to grow, right? From a PM per se. Don't be afraid to embark on the new frontier, to do things. You heard what Jonathan was saying. You must always try to push beyond the boundary, think out of the box. Do not be afraid. Don't let one bad manager stops you, or one, I wanted to say, not so good company stops you just because their culture does not encourage that. Go to a place where you think you can be yourself and push the boundary. Because I firmly believe that's the only way a person can grow, right? If you're always in the safe sandbox, if you never fail, you will never learn. So that will be my short answer. Thank you for that question.
Yep, we have just to add on to that. Also, the first step of promoting critical thinking is to take away the biasness. That's what Li Ping was telling us earlier on, right? Both the employee and the managers and the team have to all take away the biasness and come with an open mind that we will challenge, each other perspective, that we find the truth. That I think that it will be encourage the environment for critical thinking.
Okay, thank you, Li Ping. Thank you, KS. One last check, one more question before we end this session. So I see there is no more questions. We've also overrun the...
There are questions on the chat as well. There are questions on the chat as well.
Yes, then let's have a look.
The current market condition adds more damage to the sustainability goals. The government support what could influence the success implementation of adaptation of the same. How do you see Malaysia on the path of sustainable future?
So that topic is pretty general.
Yeah, so
I think it's moving for the
it seems to be a question.
expert there.
The expert there, right? Or you want to reply it through the WhatsApp, that is also okay. I'll move on, yeah. There is one question specially dedicated to someone here, right? Just hang on. To Jonathan, how to have skill of predicting and how long is safe to predict for the purpose of projecting the future? This is specifically to Jonathan.
Okay, I think for those fresh or junior PM, I think they might lack of experience to really foresee or to predict things. So, but it's all about the attitude and the mindset. You can always take your initiative to talk to your senior manager, or you engage with your design team. You start the conversation with them, and even you can talk to your appointed MENCON. And then from there, you can always know what is going to happen next. So from there, and then you can get yourself prepared for what would be the potential risks or the issue might happen. So you can really manage it and come up with the viable solutions or the mitigation. Yeah, in short, that is my answer. Thank you.
Okay, I hope that answers the person who asked that question. And in view of time, I'll just pick one last one. So depends on what I pick. Can the panel provide examples tie back to the competencies called out? Can the panel provide examples tie back to the competencies called out?
So we had many competencies being called out.
Like
so let's just
thinking,
pick one.
Yeah.
Let's just pick one. Any preference?
Examples, that's right.
Yeah, we call out several competency. I think KS also mentioned, I think, so the question is provide one more
examples.
One more example?
That's right.
I think I wanted to say communication. And why I say so, I remember when I was a construction manager, these are like years back, and I have zero construction background. There's this, and Intel at that point in time was the first time we have layoff, and we have to retrofit several factories in Penang. And remember, I'm this young chiku, sorry for the non-Malaysian, for the Malaysian, you know, young chiku lady in heels some more, managing all this retrofitting in a manufacturing floor. And so again, not only that, construction is a unique world by itself. You guys who are in construction know this. Our company are very strict with code of conduct, a lot of regulations. So you're not just, you know, doing your job. You are also dealing with a lot of external noises, yeah? So we have auditor, investigator constantly auditing project, revisiting, Jonathan will notice, all your costs, QS cost analysis, etc. Now, I took over a project, zero design. We have a project, forecast dollar. 3 months into that project, skyrocket. I think probably like 200% over budget. We start notice. Everything over, scope over, schedule, push out. Doesn't look really good for a young chiku like me. I wasn't that young, but I like to pretend I was that young. So I have two choices. One is push my PM under the bus and say, you know what, I'm just a manager, what do I know? They are the PM. Or I could stand up, send a note, communicate. First inform my boss, inform the factory manager, and I send a very long email. And I remember doing this. I sent all the email of all the issue and say, this is what's happening. At the end, I say, here's what I need help. Very bold of me. I actually say, these are the 3 things I need help. These 3 things I cannot guarantee to be on track, but I really need this before it goes even worse. So I communicate all the bad news. I decided to do that during 7 p.m., by the way. I was struggling, I was tired. So I sent that long email. To my surprise, I have one email back from my boss first and say, thank you, noted. Let's discuss in project manager forum. The next one from finance controller said, thank you for the heads up. We'll talk about it. Huisan noticed. It was a strange culture, and I'm sure all the PM who, at that point in time with me in my project, my team, they were also very surprised. My batch is on the line, by the way, never before, but I decided to deliver all bad news. So I say communication because it's important. You communicate upwards. You also need to manage your team. And sometimes bad news is not necessarily a bad thing. It's actually a good thing if you communicate. People hate surprises the most. I tell my husband, good surprise, I can take it. Bad surprise, please don't tell me. So I hate surprises too, right? I mean, if you tell me in advance, I can react. Remember I told you, you can react to a particular situation. How you react, you have control. So communication would be one. I don't know if that's a long example, but I hope that helps.
Okay.
Can I add on?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, actually, TNT, Turner & Townsend, we have worked for Osram and Intel for their couple of mega projects. For example, Osram FEK1 in Kulim, and also Intel currently, their Pelican and Falcon in Penang and Kulim. And actually, we found one thing in common between Osram organization and Intel organization is they really open, and they don't, when things happen, they don't put the blame on someone. They quickly analyze the problem, what are the potential outcome, and what are the impact, and then they work out together to come up with the solutions. I think that is the one thing in common between Osram and also Intel.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. All right, so with that last feedback, we've come to the end of our session. I hope walking away from this session, you guys have gained some knowledge in terms of like what are the core competencies that you can proactively build in order to ensure that you are also a robust PM talent. Or maybe the ideas shared from KS from an organizational perspective will give you some ideas as well in terms of how you can build a robust talent pool within your team or even your company. So with that, join me in thanking our panelists. And you guys have been amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our panelists and our moderator, Preeta. Now, may I invite Dr. Joshua for the third time for the token of appreciation. We'll be all down there. That will be easier. Thank you. Thank you for our panelists. Thank you, Jonathan Te. And next up, thank you to Lei Pin, Ang Lei Pin. And last but not the least, K. Slim. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for all our panelists and our moderator, Preeta. Thank you. Thank you.
Sunny, look at me. What's next? What's next? Huh?
I don't know. I'm very tired looking at you.
You didn't hear my stomach?
I don't know. You're going to do all the rest of the job.
I think the next thing is, Slide Master can show us next, something that some
Next
of us
up.
are waiting for is makan, lunch, eat.
All right, this is the time that I get all of you are excited about. It's lunchtime now.
Finally. So, how long can we eat,
Yeah, you're going to have more than an hour. You have 1 hour and 15 minutes. Only. I guess it's not enough as you have a lot to do on talking, eating all together using the same device, whereby it's your mouth.
I also need to find the significant half.
Yeah, don't forget to find your half, the names. You remember the names that we have given to you on the cards?
Yeah.
Do you still have that? Can you just give us a show of where your cards? Yeah, I see that. How many of you have already gotten your right one? Give me a show of hand as well. Oh yeah, I see some hands at the back.
Yeah, a few only.
Please do that. We encourage you to do that. Have fun. Let's
have music. Lunchtime music.
Music. Yes, right now the lunchtime is now started. You can go. Where is the place?
Oh yeah. Lunchtime is not outside here. It's inside here. I know. Lunchtime is upstairs, first floor. So you just go up the staircase near the entrance of the main entrance of the hotel. Just go there, go up the staircase. Now please hold the handrail so that you don't fall. Yeah, hold the handrail. Once you reach the first floor, you can see the lunch place. If you cannot see, trust me, you can smell it. Just go towards that direction. All right. And don't forget to get your Touch and Go card. Validated or whatever you call that.
You'll pay at the counter.
And pay 6 ringgit, right? And this is the first time I see people don't go for lunch. Nobody's rushing. Everybody's still like, chit-chatting. They can also do MC job also. No need to go for lunch.
But we want to go to our lunch.
Do we?
Yeah. Enjoy yourself. We'll see you back at 1:30. All right. I think we are almost ready. And Sally, you're going to give us some introductions of what are we going to have up next.
Have you heard of festive drum and angklung? Riding on the beauty of diverse population, angklung is a musical instrument made up of bamboo tubes and no stranger to Malaysians. Festive drums have been the Chinese tradition which is unfortunately fading over time. Chong Primary School, Penang, with the help from a team of dedicated teachers and students. What teacher? Chongcheng Primary School teachers, where are you? Yeah, the teachers. Yeah. And students,
in the next 20 minutes. Our lovely student, as you can see, very excited, waiting and very patiently full of discipline on stage to present to us 3 modern songs. Listen here, 3 songs. 2 English songs, Fly Me to the Moon. Is it a song for you? Is it a song of your own song? The next is Can't Take My Eyes Off You.
That's my favorite song.
Oh, that's yours. And the last one is mine. The last one is 情非得已.
I'm in love.
That is a Chinese song. How many of you love to hear that song? Give me a raise of your hand. Yes! See all the adults now waiting. And now we will have the Angklong. We are starting from the Angklong showcasing their talent. Now audience, let us all sit back, relax, and enjoy the show from the school.
Cheng Primary School, over to you. In case you're wondering, the thing that the children are holding is called angklong.
you to all this performance once again. Was waiting for more to come. I thought there's more to come.
I was also hoping for more to come.
How do you feel? I really feel amazed by the drum following my heartbeat. I can't imagine how much hard work that they are put in this synchronization. Would they deserve another more round of applause? Great job, all these students, our future project managers. Thank you for their performance. To recognize the teacher and the school, I would like to present now to the school the token of appreciation. Can I have Dr. Mui? Where, Dr. Mui? Yes, you are there. Dr. Mui, you are there. I would like to invite the school headmistress, Madam Tan Wei Kwan. Dr. Mui, either you are coming here or our headmistress is going there.
Center.
Yes.
Center. Then can take picture, Can, Wait, whoever needs to be in front, take picture.
And thank you for Chongzhen Primary School for this arrangement and giving us this eyes-opening performance. Thank you, Madam Tan. And with this, we would also like, please stay there, Dr. Mui and Madam Tan. We would like to present the mock check together. Yes, the mock check to the school as well of RM 5,000 mock check as a token of appreciation. Thank you. Yeah, and now can we have the token of appreciation? I can't see what is up there now. All given. Photo time. Thank you once again to Madam Tan and Dr. Mui.
Got process. Luckily, I didn't go and kacau. You know, Hui-san, I told you that was my favorite song. That was really my favorite song. Okay, the uncle was playing. I was
So
not
it
joking.
It helps to bring back all this memory and emotion, the good memories of that song, all these songs, nice songs.
Yeah, Can't Take My Eyes Off You is definitely my favorite song. And you know what? Slow. Man. Okay. I used to play this lovely drum in the uni, but that time I can't remember I can carry one drum. Not too heavy, Okay. So I feel so connected. I feel like I'm part of them, part of being a primary student again. Happy.
Yeah, looking at them, they are very disciplined. They are have been waited long, patiently for this moment. Just now I have a chat with the school teacher as well. The school teacher said, now is fun time for you. Now that we have Kahoot game round 1. Sally?
All right. So it's time for you to do a little finger exercise. It's Kahoot time now. This is first round. Right, what you need to do is you need to enter your ticket ID, the 4-digit number on your badge, as a player name into the Kahoot.
Yeah,
right?
in the Kahoot name, you'll see that you need to key in your player name with the code later.
Yeah, the ID is not up yet. The game ID will be out soon. Soon. Okay, the game ID will be out soon.
So step 1, get yourself into this Kahoot game by that scanning.
One more thing, if you win this, right? Why got budak still running? Okay, slowly. Be safe. So if you win this game, right, the condition is you need to stay until Dr. Mui finish talking at the end of this conference. Only can get the prize. right? Otherwise, you are not eligible for the prize, all right? That is the condition, terms and condition.
So you got to key in the ticket number. For instance, for my one is 0098. So you have yours one to key in as your player name. As the player name. So don't key in your own name. Key in your ticket number name. And once you are there, I guess you are pretty much ready. So you can start doing that.
MC cannot play, huh? We are too busy talking, huh? Okay, the game pin is loading.
So just wait a moment. The game pin is loading now. You have the game pin.
Any tips where to get the answer? There goes the 6 digits.
So now that you have the game pin name, you can key it in. You can key it in and get yourself into the game to start. All of you are you're in. I would like to see everybody participating in this.
I see Logesh. 4-digit ID on your
how come we got names? We got names.
On your card, 4-digit ID on your card. Those I see.
Come on. More. Coming. Those are telephone. Do we have any dinosaur? Telephone.
Funny.
Dinosaur. Come on, keep coming. Name coming.
Sunny, wait for me. Sabah, wait. Sunny, look at me.
I don't look at you. Anyone look at screen.
No, wait, chop. 4-digit ID on the badge or the entry card, not the...
Yes, the name. We see many names over there.
Gesto.
So the Kahoot master is almost ready. Yeah, we will be waiting for a couple of seconds to have more people coming in. Keep coming.
Hey, you need to key in this 4-digit, you know. If not, right, later they won't give you the prize. So faster, come in 4-digit.
Unknown player.
Meeting, Mingwei. Will they be disqualified from the gift later? So we don't know. So to be safe,
we don't know who you
4
are.
Digit.
And are we all ready? Game master? I'm waiting for instruction from the game master. The game master is the back.
Managers very creative. Winner also got.
Winner, show winner. This one winner. See, name already win. Yes, a couple more seconds and more names are coming. Names are coming in.
Yeah, if you want my number is 0094. So if you think you can score all correct, then you put my number, okay?
All right, I heard the instruction from behind it. Start.
Wait. Let me count down. 3, 2,
1.
Ting tong.
This is.
Oh, 3, 2, 1. Suspense aja.
All right.
What's the answer?
This is question 1. Come on. 26 seconds.
This conference.
More.
Where's the answer? WhatsApp got or not? Phone got or not?
This is easy peasy lemon squeezy. 10 more seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next up. Let's see. This is a correct answer. Yes, most of you has gotten the correct answer. Congratulations for those that you got it right. Now let's see who is this H242. Okay, next up. Hold on. More chances coming. Who is our opening speech speaker?
Sunny, this is a game of not only must know the right answer, must be fast also, right?
Memorizing. Yeah, who is our opening speech speaker? Is this person in the hall, in the room? Yeah, one of the person that's sitting right in front here. Siapa itu? 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see. What is the correct answer? Yes, Dr. Joshua is right there. Allah, she's there. We 1, 2, 1. Now that you are leading. Come on, more question up. Next, how many speakers do we have for today? Quickly check. see. Do you have the agenda? Do you have anything for you to refer? Alamang, mampui.
Mampoi means dead, gone, finish.
Alright, 6 more seconds. You can check with your friend. You can go and quickly call. Anyone can tell me. Time's up. Let's see. What is the correct answer? The correct answer is 4. H242 once again. Now you are leading. Come on. More to come. Next up, who is our keynote speaker for today? Oh, again, memory game. Who is that?
Got some tips for this one, right? Got some tips, right?
Yes, got something. Definitely, it's not both of us, huh?
Yeah, I can give tips, somebody you know I talk about.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is Dato Dr Mui Kai Yin. Where is our Dato Dr Mui? 0093. Who won the PMI Future 50 honoree? Who is this? He is a dreamer. Tips. A dreamer and something about the marathon. Who is this, Alright, Siao, wave your hand a bit, Siao. Okay, once again, 090093. Again, you are leading. Next up, which one is not the main color theme of PMI? Wah, ini kena pukul puntung. Now you know what you do not know. If you do not know, oh my God.
Where to get the answer? This one, outside.
What answer is that? I don't know. This one, no clue. Sorry, no clue.
Who came up with this question?
Who came up with this question? The answer is red. I'm very near there. See, only 44. Now we have a new leader now. H183. You are leading. Now this is the second last question. Which school has performance after lunch break just now?
If this one you get it wrong, I don't know what to say.
If this one you're wrong, I don't know what to do already. A few more seconds for you.
Wrong means MC didn't announce properly lah.
Wrong means I don't know.
Under the rostrum, okay?
We dipecatkan,
yeah.
Now. And the answer goes to... Yes, let me see. Okay.
Not bad.
Not too bad. Alright, now. This is the last question for you. Last for round 1. Who is not the panelist in the panel discussion 1? Just now. Who is not? Is not.
Hey, this one don't know also have to don't know lah.
Don't know what to say lah. Don't know. Our fault.
Okay, your fault.
And she's a lady that is not one of the ladies here. The answer goes to Pauline Kang. The answer, let's see, not bad. Now, do we have the winner? Yes, on the podium, top 3, V104. You got number 3, number 2, 708, and number 1, 6915. The three of you, you have gift, but not to collect right now. Remember who you are. You will be collecting your gift outside. At the end of the day, before you go back, remember to claim your gift. What is the gift, Sally?
There, on the table there. There
is a gift. There.
That one. I also wish to have one.
All right.
Okay, finish playing. Come, next.
What is next? Do you enjoy the Kahoot?
Round of applause to the
If
game
you
master.
are not, we are not going to have Kahoot round 2. Done deal. If you are not enjoying that, do you enjoy your Kahoot 1? Especially for the winners. And we have more winners who come in Kahoot 2, Kahoot round 2. Make sure you get a place there. All right, next up, Sally.
So what's next, right? So next up, we are moving into the topic of stakeholder. Looking for me? No. Stakeholder management, and which is an essential factor to determine the project success.
And yes, these are the questions that I always have in mind. What are the traits for leading project manager in managing your stakeholders? This is a common question. How do we as a project manager manage our stakeholders? And how do we elevate our project success by building an inclusion culture?
We have here with us today our next speaker, Pauline Kang, a certified Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt. She lives and believes in minimal waste, maximized resources utilization culture. Where is she? Hands up, okay? And she is very passionate about continuous improvement and business processes management for sustainability. And it is her mission to raise awareness of and importance of Lean Six Sigma as a facilitated problem-solving tool for transactional processes in the VUCA world. She's also a strong enthusiast to energize positivity and cultivate change. Once more time, let's give her a round of applause. Pauline Kang.
Just now, rockstar don't need podium, right? Superstar don't need mic stand. Just kidding. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Did you enjoy your lunch? You enjoy the performance? Yeah, this is such a good event. I would like to thank PMI for having me here today. Thank you so much. This is such an honor to be standing in front of all of you and to be able to share some of my experience, right, with some of you dealing with stakeholders. So, before I start, let me do a quick formal introduction of myself. I'm Pauline Kang. For sure you can see that's my name. That's me. I'm a certified Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt, accredited by Council of Six Sigma certification. Now, the reason why I pause is let you guys digest a little bit that I'm actually a Lean Six Sigma certified Master Black Belt, not a PMP certification. Almost there, I'm getting there. But really around, I think my daily job is to preach people about continuous improvement, right? Those who are coming from Intel, who's from Intel? Yay, right? So I specialize in finance transformation. When you heard of Lean Six Sigma, what do you resonate with usually? The industry. Lean Six Sigma, usually which industry will use the most? Exactly, thank you, manufacturing, right? But with pandemic, post-pandemic, we need transformation. We need speed, right? So I am one of the, not to say the pioneer, but also the first batch, right, who kickstarted the finance Lean Six Sigma community on practice. So day to day, talking about continuous improvement, I also talk about, kind of coach others on business process management. Right? So Dr. Nehru talked about sustainability earlier, right? 100% with you, process need to sustain, right? After you improve, you need to sustain. Okay. By nature, right, so I come from finance department, but since very young, right, I know that I am a tech savvy, right? I love technology, I love coding, right? I don't know if there's any software engineer here or not. You'll probably kill me, right? Day in, day out, when I deal with people, I deal with process. When I got tired, I get exhausted, right? I want to run away from people. I'll try and do coding. Don't kill me for that, right? So those software engineers will go, yeah, right, wait till you do our job. right? So I do automation as well, right? I am a very hands-on person. So with me describing my career, am I a process person or a people person? Process or people? I'm a very process-oriented person, right? 5 years back, I sucked with people. Totally, right? So that's why I want to clarify, I'm not here today to share with you how good I am with stakeholders, but to share a little bit of the experience and the moment of, I would say, you know, the moment of opening up my eyes, right? When you deal with stakeholders, there are a couple of ways. And it's not complicated going down to by book, you have 10,000 principles to deal with them, right? It's just one simple tactics and you'll discover it later along the way when I share with you guys, okay? Okay, are we good? Awesome, thank you. Okay, so let's get into the definition, right? Once a PMP guru that I listened to his training online, I think through Udemy, he once said, projects is for people, by people, right? So you can't run away from dealing with people eventually as a project manager. And when he said that, you can relate. When you are not able to manage your stakeholders properly, it can get very disastrous, right? I think PwC did a research 2020, right? They did a quick research on how frequent the project can complete successfully. Who thinks the data that's shown, it's more than 50%? 10? Wow, you guys are good. The statistic actually shows only 2.5% of projects have successfully completed according to their budgets, right? And it's actually very hard when you deal with projects, and you guys know this, right? And when it comes to the failure of project, right, you will find that sometimes it can get so disastrous that it will eventually cause the kind of threatens the company existence, right? As how Forbes found stated here. And I think we don't need a lot of example. One of the typical example is from Keynote. I'm not sure if you guys heard of this, right? They kind of put it in the university syllabus as well. Keynote did a IT project, right? An IT transformation project. They throw in 1 billion, and this is dealing mostly with internal stakeholders. That project failed, and Keynote filed for bankruptcy. So guys, that is how serious, if you are not able to drive a project successfully meeting, be it internal or external, right, to the business requirement, right, the goals that you want to achieve. So that's why dealing with people is the key. It's actually the core of a project. So, oops. Someone shared with me, I think Siufu shared with me this article, right? If you look at the Pulse of Profession 2023, 14th edition, right? PMI also emphasized one of the top 4 power skills that will help the project profession to fulfill the organization objective. If you look at it, one of it is collaborative leadership. Meaning being able to bring everyone together, whosoever they are related, break their silos, and bring everyone to work together, right? So, with all the statistics that I'll show you, the why it is important for you to deal with your stakeholders, let's walk down the memory lane a little bit. Do this with me. I know it's after lunch, a little bit sleepy, right? You can think about the projects that you have conducted before, right? The people that you deal with before. Let's bucketize them in 3 main buckets. Now, the first type of stakeholders you are dealing with is, when you approach those people, what happened? They will say, hey, this is your job. What they will say? This is not my job. This is that person's job. And then it goes on and on. When you ask the next person will tell you, hey, this is not my job. This is the other person's job. Is it? Right? And then later on, when you go on and on, it's like a whole big round. You turn back, and then the pointer goes back to the first person that you ask, hey, is this your job? Oh, I think so. Can relate? Oh, I think so. Right? That's one of the stakeholders, right? And then the other, the second category of stakeholders, when you deal with them, they go, I'm very comfortable with what I'm doing, right? We are good, what? We're hitting KPI, what? Why change? Why? Then halfway through the meeting, why are we here? I think we're wasting time. Why are we investing this? Right? And then the last one, you go by the downstream, right? The downstream that you never know. Finish the project already, done, everything done. Then after execution, suddenly report on the KPI, suddenly someone jump and say, hey, why you never ask me this? Why? Right? You are not meeting my compliance, you know. Then when people ask them, they say, I don't know, this is not my job. But right? So these are the different buckets of people that we deal with. Now, be able to identify those people eventually helps you in project management to anticipate how do you adapt to this kind of people, right? And there are many more, right? Human psychology have many types of attitude, right? Humans are accustomed to emotions, to memories, so you will deal with different scenarios. If I were to list this down, it's going to be another day, right? So common, you will deal with all these kind of people, okay? So eventually, when all of these people you are dealing with, what it will end up with? The infamous blame game. This is not the end game. We don't do Avengers here. Right? The infamous blame game. You start with this. You go with that. You go with that. And that's you. Who, throughout the project, go, oh gosh, guys, why can't we get down to the problem? You are literally dealing with emails after emails, problem after problem, you just can't resolve it. Right? So, I think basically when you're dealing with people, you need to recognize that we are wired psychologically, okay? As I said, I am not a people person, right? That's why I want to be very honest with you, and this is a learning for myself. And I am actually still learning as well. So I wanted to share with you that people are wired to emotions. They are wired to past experience. When you are managing a project, right, and you look at the people that you deal with are unwilling to work with you, is it frustrating or not? But are you aware they are also frustrated? Have you ever thought of also sitting down with them and say, hey, why are you frustrated? Have you tried? I never tried. I give you one scenario. When I first started off my career, I'm that ambitious little girl, right? I'm super passionate of everything that I do. I explain the goal. I tell them, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to achieve. Yay! And then quiet. Right? Nothing happened. And I sent reminders after reminders, and then something came out. I'll send emails highlighted in red, highlighted in yellow, sent out, and then I get escalation. You guys been there, don't lie. Right? Maybe not red, in purple. Right? You bleed purple, who knows? Right? But you need to recognize. So, there are different types of people that would stay with you and work out the project with you, and some of them will walk away. And again, this is human nature, right? Some people will withdraw when they hate to do what they do. When you go to a training that you don't like because your manager asks you to, are you going to sit there and say, oh, tell me now what to learn? Are you? No. I've seen people sitting behind scrolling Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is, TikTok. The trainer in front there talking to themselves, excited, right? That's human nature. You need to recognize. Now, sometimes people with you, there's also different emotion, you know. Some of them because, I just want to get through my day. My manager said, I come. You can't ask me to do, I do. You send me multiple reminder, right? Every day ask me, have you done it yet? 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 I entertain you. Right? Eventually, have you done it yet? Do you care? Nah, I don't care. Maybe they will keep your name, right? Because you send so much of the reminder and the project is going to be like one whole year. They will probably send you like Outlook, that auto regroup function, right? They put your name, put to a box, say, I don't care. Right? Then later you approach them and say, have you done it yet? Wait, I don't care folder. Right? So, those people are basically sitting where? This bucket. Right? Now, for those who felt invited, talking about diversity and inclusion, are people like you guys. Why are you here today? Who are here because of your manager? Hands up. Got ah? Hands up, all be honest. Right? Now, you identify, we will do an activity later. You identify you are here or are you here? Now, for those who volunteered, because yesterday when I came, I talked to the committee, right? And then the committee told me, Pauline, you know, they are passionate people, you know. They are so passionate that they pay themselves to come here. Now, those are the ones invited. Big clap for them, right? Now, for those whosoever that don't want to raise their hand just now, like in denial one, I believe just now certain talk that's ongoing, you have been like, you know, scrolling Facebook lah, doing this and that lah, right? Why? Because they have different emotion ongoing inside, right? We are Asian, so it's not really extreme. Western psychology, they would just stand up and say, I'm irrelevant, just walk out. It happens, right? For Asian, and we cater this context to Asian, we'll probably withdraw, right? But in my heart, it's like, oh, why on earth, what a bloody earth am I here? Right? I should have done something better. I can go and do my coding. No lah. A programmer, I hope no programmer kill me later. But anyway, so these are the emotions. I won't be reading one by one, right? But you yourself, you know, in different situations, you've been in different emotion. And the question I asked earlier, be it the person is with you or not with you, have you ever tried to understand what's the root cause? Here comes Lean Six Sigma, root cause analysis, right? Have you sit down and properly understand? Have you ever get curious or not? Why are they so in denial in every way, right? So, now you recognize about the emotion. One important point around the difference between you have people with you or not with you, which means they are in denial state, is the sustainability. The sustainability of the change that you are driving. What happens to many organizations is when they drive changes, super high. Oh, we're going to do this. Yes, go. Yeah, do. Then after 6 months, complete project. 3 months later, another project team come up and say, hey, yeah, we're going to do this. Same process. Right? Why? Because the person who drives the project previously have rotated, resigned, moved, changed role, because get recognition already, I'm done. Right? And the people who are accepting the change are in denial. So once the people who left, right, what they do? Don't need to do already, the person left already, no more people bugging me. Right? Yeah, then issue came up again. Right? So drive changes, PMs, not only just within your team, it's also with the people within the process. It's not you, I'm the king, I'm the queen of the world, I said so, I'm the expert, you do it or else. This or else word, or else I send an email, I CC your manager. Okay. Constructive way, constructive feedback, isn't it? I CC your manager, or I send manager quietly without you knowing. Guys, this drives impact. And when I say impact, means scars. Psychology scars. And that is one of the factors, right, or one of the reasons usually people are resist to change. They will tell you, that fella 2 years ago, drive that already, done that already, and got success, man, you see. Still doing that manual, still using Excel, still have 1,000 people using Excel inside Drive. Why do you care? Because internally, right, they seen that, they felt that you cannot deny people had that experience. It's not like, don't worry, I'm the expert. I do this confirm book one, don't worry. Don't. You are adding scars of them. They will get more resistant against you. right? So the sustainability of your process, the change that you have drive, it's with the people. This is, I'm going to give credit to my change mentor, April Miles. She's in US, unfortunately. If she's here, I'll probably bring her together with me, right? So she's the one that actually coached me out of the realm, blaming others, right? Trying to say, if the project is success, it's my credit. If the project is not success, I am dealing with crappy people, right? She's the mentor who brings me to here today. So this is her book. This is something I will share with you guys, her book later, right? It's actually quite meaningful. I will encourage you to read. But this is a visual coming from her book, right? That's actually her. She hired an illustrator to illustrate the scene of her when she first picked up the project manager role. This is what she's dealing with. She's pushing people. She's not driving changes, you know. She tells the people and say, you do this or else, right? If you look into her training, she will mention this a lot. Because new one, right? When you're fresh, when you get into, you have all the energy. In a new company, you go, yeah, let's do this, yay. And then your senior sitting there like a zombie and say, yeah, right. Let her exhaust her energy. Then at one point, right, she get used to it. Don't worry. Let her be. Too much energy. Finish up the energy, then later you will know lah. She will get to that culture. Intel, we say that we like to say Intel culture, Dell culture, right? AMD culture. They'll get used to it, don't worry, right? She want to drive change, let her be. She feels she know. Right? So, driving people drive negative emotion. Why? Now, if you notice, this is actually a mountain. Right? You see the sun beyond the mountain. With the emotion that they have, with the scars that they have, do you think they see the sun there? No. Right? So when they don't see, no matter how many times you explain, the number gazillion time you explain to them, this will work, it will not get into their head. Right? They are unwilling to be with you. From the very beginning, they are already unwilling. The emotion. Again, humans are wired by emotion. You need to remember, you need to address that. And then people say, oh, sorry, I don't have time to go and deal with people's emotion. It's your choice. You as a PM, we have a lot of options to go about things, right? It's your choice to drive a project that will sustain just a short while or sustain long term, that it will remain as your legacy. You choose. Right? Same goes to Lean Six Sigma certification. And just now I have a conversation with Leong earlier, right? We were talking about, you know, when we talk about methodology, usually people will tell you, hey, I don't have time to do that. Right? Because doing methodology, I need to spend time doing all of this, waste of my time. The key is, usually this is what I tell others as well, right? Everything that you do, that's the purpose for it. Now, if you know how to maximize the value to that, same goes to people, right? Eventually, towards the end of the day, what you get, the outcome, is spending just that one time. Very long, man, you grab that person, sit down. Hi, can I know why do you feel this way? 20 minutes, you get a sustainable process for 20 years. No, 20 years too long. Change is a constant. 10. Right? Rather than you force through the whole change, towards the end of the day, after 3 months, you have to form a team again to rework the whole process again. It's your choice. Spending that 5 minutes and spending that whole overnight, late nights with your team to do rework, which one you prefer? Unless your company pay OT, it's still recorded. Right? If you're happily getting OT, that's fine. Right? So it's really on your choice. So to my point, if you are able to bring others together, now again, I would like to emphasize, it's not about how many times you repeat your goal. It's not about how many times you repeat your goal to them and say, hey, we're going to reach Mars. Right? No. It's not about like you repeat it every single day. It's about how do you address their emotion? How do you bring their mindset together with you? And towards the end of the day, they are excited. They are prompt, right, to take their own action to do the change with you. Right? Seems like common sense, but a lot of time it's not. Right? We often ignore the human piece of it. We have not been taking a step back, especially as a project manager. Addressing emotions is important. You are leading that on top of utilizing the 49 steps and tools that you have. People. That's why the theme for today is diversity and inclusion. Diversity is about how you invite others, right? How you get them with you. Inclusion is how involved you get people. Not having the project team sitting there, right? They are in denial. You ask them do one, I do. Ask them do two, I do. Then suddenly go missing, right? So that's not inclusion. That's not a good word. Ordering, right? That's dictating. You are dictating your project team to do work for you. That's the difference, guys, right? It seems like common sense, and again, it seems like common sense, but it's not. Right? So start taking a step back. You don't have to be like, everyone sit down, like, tell me why you are in denial, no need. That's a bit weird, right? They'll be like, what is wrong? Oh, because I attended the PMP conference, Pauline said so, right? No. Address some of it, right? When it came across at the very beginning, right? When you talk to people, when they start to feel denial, try to understand. And one more point, when you understand, it's not understand to answer. When they say something, oh, I actually have this problem, at least you have a project. In layman term, is equivalent, oh, I'm getting a divorce, at least you have a marriage. Not that, right guys? Don't listen to answer. And don't keep on selling like direct sales, right? Oh, this is why we're doing it. This is why we're doing it. Understand what is their past, right? We are all professionals. Understand what's their past. You try to address accordingly. Of course, you need to see what's the situation there. So, in every way, let them feel it, right? That's the key point. Now, in my coach books, right, she do have 50 tactics to deal with people. And I'm not going to give you a lecture on that. That's a whole, if you print it out, right, it's actually pretty thick, right? She has 50 tactics to deal with people based on her own experience, her project management experience. She's still leading a group that is working on projects, right, mainly. So I think one of the key message that I want to deliver to you guys is recognizing the emotions of people, right? Take a step back. It's not always about process and projects, right? Now, just now I say, right, who come because the manager say if you don't come or else I will put a C on your performance. Can see, is it too small? Cannot see, Okay, now I want you to access yourself really quickly. Category A is where, imagine you are in any of those situations, right? Any projects, anything, any conversation. If you are waiting for others to set the goal or enforce you, send reminder, right? Reminder after reminder, need to assign something, tell you, hey, you must learn, A, right? You're under category A. Now, for those who will comply the expectation once others set them, right? Do tasks as assigned, complete the learning assigned, they will do on time, no need reminder, category B, okay? And then the last one, the super motivated, my manager like to call Energizer Bunny, right? Everything do their own, they have their own goals, they come to you, everything do. You are category C. Take 1 minute to just rationalize. Actually, I don't have 1 minute to share with you guys though, so I'll probably have 3 minutes, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, you do your self-assessment. Now, if you are in category A, you can already guess that you are basically in denial. Admit that. Right? Next time people ask, your manager asks you or not, yes. Right? You are in denial, admit it, right? For people who are not PM, you will also need to communicate your emotions. Don't keep it. Who knows you don't want to do? Like, it's not like if I'm a PM, I can read you, right? Psychopath thing. Oh, this fella don't like. Right? Express, right? B is the category where project manager can tackle, right? You can bring them together with you, keep on communicate because they are not in total denial. They still can be brought together with you, right? And then the C one, this one, self-managed. Of course, you need to coach them. Okay? Right. So, instead of torching light and telling everyone, please follow me, the one keyword I want you to take away today, where's my keyword? Don't have my keyword. The keyword is empathy. Diversity and inclusion needs empathy. Going down to a level, and again, empathy is not listen, sit there, listen, I'm going through a divorce, at least you have a marriage. That kind of conversation, no. Listen and understand. Put yourself in their shoes. Sounds easy, it's hard to do. Very, very hard. It takes a couple of sessions for certain people because as Asian, we don't like to open up. Right? I'm not asking you to be a psychology doctor, but you need to listen. Right? Listen as a project manager. That's one of the leadership skills. Now, because I have limited time also, talk too much, you can see that I'm very talkative, right? Now, because I'm a Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt, I would also like to share a tool with you guys who struggle to find their stakeholders. You will only deal with the stakeholders that you are familiar with, right? I think this logistic team, yeah, he should be there. I think this fella here should be there. Then they say, no, I'm not here. Then, thank you. I'll see you again. Right? If you do this Googling often, one Lean Six Sigma tool that I wanted to share with you guys, right? Not going to do lecture, I promise. Cyborg. Right? This is one of my favorite tools. Supplier, inputs, process, output, customer. Now, in a very short description of this tool, this is actually a scoping tool, right? And I usually like to ask my candidates to spend more time here. Why? When I say scoping, it's not only scoping the process start to end. It's also a tool that helps you to define your customers and suppliers' requirements. Don't ever think your supplier don't have requirement. Imagine if you have a process start to end. Don't you think when the process passes from one to another, they have requirements too? From project standpoint, usually people will focus on the end requirements, right? The customer requirements is what they entertain. And oftentimes overlook the in-between transition of process. The hands-off processes also have their respective requirements. So this is actually one of the favorite tools. I have many more favorite tools. Little Lean Six Sigma tools are all my favorites. And PMP also, I have some. But in every way, this might be a good tool for you to identify because it helps you to ask the right question around who should be my stakeholders, who is giving this input, who is receiving that output. You don't want to drive something without someone knowing. You generate 1 million report, no one wants it. You ask this fella, you use, no. You ask that fella, you use, no. Then why on earth am I generating this report? No one knows. Because my senior said so. This one also very familiar one. A very, very famous one. Because my 2 seniors said so, they generated, I do lah. Right? So this one you guys can Google. This is Uncle Google can help you. Cyborg is a very famous tool in Lean Six Sigma as well. So my recommendation, in my humble opinion, I think this might be the sequencing of relating to your processes. So I know you guys have many tools, right? But usually my way of doing with my candidates is they will start with Cyborg, and then if they need to deal with like how my stakeholders engagement, so and so, I will recommend the stakeholders analysis and then the stakeholder engagement. Right? So this is the recommendation probably you guys can use. Okay, last but not least, right? That's all my sharing. But I wanted to share with you guys the book that helps me. She's actually an Inteller. She's actually an Inteller, Intel veteran, right? So you can see that she has 2 books, right? Everyone is a change agent and also change tactics. She explained a lot around the tactics can be used, etc. Not everything you need to use, but she do have a couple of tricks that you can keep in your pocket. Somehow when you deal with these weird people, right, you can use. So this one you can go ahead and look. It's in Amazon if I'm not mistaken, right? Okay. So with that, don't have ready. Thank you so much, and I hope you benefit from this. Remember, empathy. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline, for that fast track sharing, so informative and compact, with the quantification, with a lot of other tools as well. Pauline, we would like you to stay on one more step down to be recognized by Dr. Mui to present you the token of appreciation for giving us this impactful, informative on how to deal with stakeholders. Thank you, thank you. Now we are moving on to have the next speaker. These sessions, we'll be talking more about talents. So we all heard about earlier on competency and talents. For this session, we'll have the session on attracting talents are key challenges faced by many companies, especially when we have more Gen Y and Z in the workforce. Do you agree with me? It is not going to be easy. How do we develop and empower the talents that we have attracted? So now, we are honored to have our next speaker, Shum Jin, or to be called as LJ, on her learning and insight in this topic. Now, LJ, she has 30 years of experience in Penang E&E manufacturing industry. She led various functions from planning, supply chain, management, which enable her with great opportunity to develop talents. Now, without much ado, let's put our hand together for our next speaker, LJ.
All right, I'm neither a rock star or what was the other character? A superstar. I'm just an ordinary person standing in front of you. So a very good afternoon to the organizing committee and fellow speakers, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shum Jin, but better known as LJ in the E&E manufacturing environment in Penang. And first of all, I want to thank Dr. Mui for inviting me to speak in this conference. I just retired from the corporate world, actually. And upon retirement, I had the opportunity to meet or get to know Mr. Mui, or Dr. Mui. And he asked me in August if I was interested to speak in this conference. Silly me, at that time, nothing better to do. I said yes, without thinking very much. And I have been here since the morning, listening to all these powerful speeches and talk and data and da-da-da. It reminded me how long I have been away from the corporate world. So, the topic that I'm going to talk a little bit about is develop and empowering change maker. Are you in? I think this topic is really appropriate, especially during this time where it is a big challenge for almost all industry to attract as well as to retain talents. And actually, change makers can be developed from ordinary people like you and I. All they need is somebody to recognize them or to realize that they are change makers and give them the appropriate environment, an appropriate situation for them to be what they are really good at. So I'm going to share with you what my thoughts are. Before that, I will share with you a little bit about myself and how you read this graphic is. At the upper side of the graphic indicates the year when I left a company. At the bottom side of the graphic indicates the year when I had a change in my career or a change in the function that I played in that particular company. So I'm actually from Sabah. I came to Kuala Lumpur, did my Bachelor of Science, major in mathematics in 1987. I graduated in 1987 from University of Malaya. That was a recession year, but I was fortunate enough to be spotted and hired by Intel. So I joined Intel in 1988. I joined as a production planning officer. And after 7 years, I left Intel. And before I left Intel, I actually made a change in my career in Intel. I went from planning to manufacturing. So I joined the test manufacturing, and I became the test manufacturing manager in 1993. So in 1995, I decided to make a change of my career, changing from the OEM world to the EMS environment. It was a big change, but a great change for me, because I found that the EMS world was much suited for my personality as well as my liking. So for the next 27 years, I have been in the EMS environment. I moved from Selectron, which is now called Flex, to Celestica, and I ended my career with Plexus at my retirement age. So when I joined Selectron, it was in 1995, I joined as a business unit operation manager. And in that process, I stayed 12 and a half years with Selectron. And in the 12 and a half years, I got to be exposed to various functions within the supply chain. I was from operations, I went to supply chain, I did all this project management in terms of our ERP system implementation and so on and so forth. So it was a great exposure of functions and learnings. And in year 2007, I decided to make another change. I changed from Selectron, I joined Celestica. And Celestica was in Kulim High Tech Park. And it was the change, a change in terms of Celestica business as well, because before that, Celestica was just like any other EMS. They were dealing with many different customers. But in year 2006, they decided to make that site a center of excellence for aerospace and defense. And when I joined, the whole site almost converted to an aerospace industry. And we were at the winding down of some of the other customers. So I got a chance to learn how to wind down customer, how to do restructuring and so on and so forth in Celestica, and then work with that team to build up the site to be a center of excellence for aerospace and defense for Celestica Kulim. And I was promoted as the general manager in 2013. And in 2019, I was approached by Plexus and asked if I would like to make another change to my career, which I graciously said yes, because of curiosity as well as because of the capability of my Celestica team was actually able to take over the leadership of the site. So I came to Plexus in 2019 and enjoyed myself very much as the VP of Quality with that company for 3 years before I retired. Now, in this process, in the 34 years of journey, I was privileged enough to work with many different leaders, many different leadership styles, and also handle or get exposure of different crises as well as different excitement of the career. So with that, I actually summarized how we can actually attract and retain talent and change maker within our organization. Ms. Ang earlier in the panel did mention she doesn't believe that she has to be the smartest in the room. She is a great leader. Good leaders are smart. Great leaders surround themselves with the smartest of all. So if you consider yourself a great leader, please, you do not need to be the smartest. But you need to have the smartest people working for you. Okay? So always remember, you are the program manager. Program manager has to do a lot of things. You have to manage a lot of situations, and you have to manage different functions. You can't be the smartest of them all. but you need to have the smartest one working for you. Okay? So, next one is you need to have the ability to identify change makers. Change makers are usually not the yes men. If you have the yes men working for you, most probably you cannot make them change maker because they will be just followers. You want to look out for change makers, look for the troublemakers. Okay? Look for those who will disagree with you or disagree with any principles or any of the rules that has been set. Look for people who challenge the status quo. Look for people who are curious. Look for people who question the norm. Okay? If you have people like that, yes, you will need to put in effort and time to entertain them in order for you to really understand if they have something behind or something in them that will make them the change maker. Some of them are truly just troublemaker. Please, keep the troublemaker aside. Don't waste your time with troublemakers. Okay? After identifying the change makers, you then need to create a transparent, trusting, and respectful environment for them to thrive. Because if you do not have a transparent, I also remembered Ms. Ang mentioned about the example of communication, where she communicated very transparently of all the problems and all the issues faced for the project that she was managing. That's transparency. Transparency meaning bringing everything to the table, not just the good news. The bad news have to be even brought forward much sooner, because the sooner we get to know something is not going on right, the more time we have to rectify it. Okay? So, the transparency and the transparent situation. And the next thing is trust. Because you can have a very, very transparent environment. Everybody will come and bring their problem to the table and all that. But if there's no trust, people will stop talking after a while. Even though you say, let's be transparent, let's bring everything to the table. Okay? So the trust factor is important. Now, trusting sometimes is easy. And we may end up having blind trust. That means you simply trust. Please don't simply trust, because you have a very key role to play. And one of the key roles that you play would be to verify facts and verify situation or verify information. So you need to know how to verify to confirm something is the truth or not. Yeah? And respectful. So in a respecting environment, people tend to be much more relaxed than a non-respectful environment. I just read an article or a short script that says that when parents scream and yell at their children, the children's performance actually deteriorates. Their intelligence actually drops because of that emotion that has been created in their mind. So, in a respectful environment, usually people will allow another individual to finish saying what they have to say, and instead of interrupting and so on and so forth. And even if somebody has said something that is not accurate or not correct, they are corrected in a respectful manner. Okay? So, this again is something that is intentional. You have to intentional build that kind of environment. I will relate it back later to my career in some of this, yeah? Learn to fail. I think again, in the panel discussion earlier, it also mentioned that if you want to fail, fail early. So learning to fail is something that is a must for every one of us in order to be successful. Because if you have the fear to fail, we'll never be able to be as successful as we would like it to be. and avoid being paralyzed by fear. So avoid being paralyzed by fear. This fear factor will present itself in many, many forms. Fear of how people look at me, fear of what people say about me, fear of failure, fear of not able to do something as good as my mother wants me to be or whatever. So fear factor has a lot of forms. So we need to learn how to not to be paralyzed by it, okay? And turn it into an energy instead of a disadvantage, okay? I'm a hiker, so I like to hike. And for hikers, I think when we come to paths that have got stones, we will be wary. Usually stones are found when we need to cross streams or we want to hike up mountain that is rocky. Because there are two types of stones that you will find. One type of stone is when you step on it, you find that the stone is giving you the energy because the stone is solidly grounded on the ground. When you step on it, you find that it actually gives you the power to lift yourself up. I call this the stepping stones. There's another type of stones that you step on it, you may flip because the stone is not steady. The stone may move and you may just trip and fall. I call this the flipping stones. So related to management, I urge and I wish all of us will be stepping stones to the next generation. Because being the stepping stones means you are actually helping them to elevate themselves to the next level, helping them to cross a difficult time or difficult path. So being a stepping stones to your next generation is important for you to continue to encourage change makers in the making. Okay? Now I was saying I wanted to relate it back to my career as I was developing or as I was growing up. I work in Intel. They said that Intel is a pressure cooker at that time. I'm not sure whether it's still a pressure cooker or super pressure cooker now, I'm not sure. But it was a pressure cooker at that time. So it was very intense, but the training is superb. The training is fantastic. I basically built my foundation in Intel, and until today, I still relate back to what Intel has taught me, or Intel has sent me for training sessions as my foundation. But I wasn't happy. When I was working in Intel, it was so intense. I always need to be the best. I always want to be the best. I wasn't happy. And every time I tell myself, when I've solved this problem, I'll find another job. When I solve this problem, I'll find another job. But after I solve the problem, they'll promote me, and I stay on for 7 years. So this game continued to play for 7 years. Then I came to Selectron. So Selectron basically is started by an ex-Intellier. So Selectron also almost have the same kind of characteristic as Intel, wanting to be the best, wanting to always lead the pack, and so on and so forth, always wanting to get the best recognition from the corporate. So again, in Selectron, I went through the same process of wanting to be the best, always has to be the best, and so on and so forth. I really didn't enjoy my career. I only started to enjoy my career after I joined Celestica. So when I came to Celestica, it's a totally different environment. None of the people were from Intel or Selectron. So and perhaps it was in Kulim, not in Penang. It was a slower paced environment. Somehow things go slower. When you have a problem, LJ, relax. We have time. We can solve this problem together, you know? So I started to slow down. I have to slow down. Otherwise, I may not have a team following me because I went too fast, right? So I had to learn to slow down, and I had to learn to work with different level of individual, and I have some very smart individual working in Celestica, and I always will judge people very fast. I will have interaction with a person. I will have my judgment done almost within the first 10, 20 minutes. I say whether this person boleh pakai or tak boleh pakai. So I will tell my manager, I say, this one looks like tak boleh pakai, need to change. This one, so my manager will tell me, no, LJ, you need to look at her or him from another angle. You have got to see how good he or she is in doing this and this and this, how he manages customer, how they come up with reports and blah, blah, blah. So I actually have to slow down and listen and look. And I said, oh, you are right. They can actually do all this, which is fantastic. So in Celestica, that's where I developed my leadership skill, actually. So in the first 2 companies, they developed my technical skill, my tactical skills, but they really didn't really develop my leadership skill. Only in Celestica, the leadership skill was developed. And I truly enjoyed people development during that time. Earlier on, it's always say ni. You say, you develop people, you say you get talent and all that. But working with the Celestica team really gave me the opportunity to do so. And then subsequently in Plexus, being the VP of Quality, again gave me the opportunity to work with so many different functions and people. So with that, I leave you with these 6 pointers that I have identified. Hopefully it will help you in how you manage your team, yourself, and hopefully you will be able to identify all the change makers that you need in order to make you successful. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, LJ. But we have some questions. So I'm not going to let you go yet. Can I do more work after lunch? All right?
No problem.
Anyone from the floor? Question? If not, I will proceed with what's on the WhatsApp. I'll go ahead first. Okay. Hi, LJ. Can you share how you create a mindset within you of growing your team in Celestica before you venture into Plexus as VP? In addition, what drives you? Oh, it's all about you. Wow.
Okay. When I left Solectron, actually Solectron at that time had a change of management, and I was doing the new ERP system implementation. Somehow that project didn't take off because they didn't believe that the ERP system that has been identified will be the right one for the company. So somehow they stopped that project quite abruptly. So I was suddenly without a job. As you know, project management, if you have a project, suddenly the project is being boarded, you have no job. So I kind of like had no job maybe for 2 months or 3 months. So when Celestica approached me, it was like rain in the desert. So I was welcoming that ability to be back in action and aerospace and defense and blah, blah, blah. And then away from Penang, going to Kulim. So it was that feeling of ability or the feeling of having the opportunity to get involved, to participate, to get busy. I think that was one of the drives. And subsequently, like I said, it's the people that I met in Celestica that has actually helped me to identify my weaknesses, to work on my weaknesses, and then subsequently work with them to see how we can bring that site from one of the worst performing site to become one of the best performing site in Celestica as a corporation. So I guess that is the reason, the drive. And I believe it would be quite natural in most of you being program manager, because program manager, I think, by the way, in all my career, I never touched program management. I was never good at handling all this customer and different stakeholders and blah, blah, blah. So, but I think program management really has a special skill in them to be able to manage the many, many happenings and the many, many ups and downs and blah, blah, blah. So I think the drive and the energy in you would be that force that is needed to create a change or to make a change. I hope that answer your question.
As people react to failures differently, how to encourage the change makers to continue regardlessly?
Well, what I always tell my team, whenever they do something good, I told them they have 2 seconds to celebrate. They can only be happy for 2 seconds. Similarly, when we make a customer upset or when we miss a customer commitment, they have also 2 seconds to get demotivated or upset. After the 2 seconds, they have to come back to normal. Yeah.
I cannot let 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
I cannot all.
2 seconds.
2 seconds is like 1, 2.
Very cruel, huh? I think Pauline will tell me that I'm very cruel. So yes, I am pretty cruel. But that's life. I mean, that is life.
So we're
Any
human.
other questions?
2 seconds, right? So if you have a question, yes, please proceed to the mic. Yeah.
Hi, LJ. Thanks for your question. Thanks for your presentation. Timothy here. So you mentioned just now about change makers being troublemakers. I think that's quite accurate as well. Can you maybe give an example of how you manage troublemakers to be productive in your team?
Good question. Sometimes we term the troublemakers as, in my other training, I use Journey to the West as part of my training because I like the characters in the Journey to the West story. Monkey, the monk, and the pig. So I call this troublemaker, most of them would be categorized as the monkey. And so if they are the monkeys, you need to look for the cultured monkeys. If you have the uncultured monkeys, you better let them go. Okay? Because the uncultured monkey is going to be the real troublemakers. Monkeys are smart. Monkeys are fast. Monkeys are resourceful. Okay? So if they are not cultured, they can be the real troublemakers. But they are cultured. If they are cultured, they will be your best asset that you can have. Because they are smart, they are quick, they are resourceful, but they are cultured. That means they listen, they have good mannerism, they have good personality. So, and the best part is, if you can convert a monk to become a monkey, usually that monkey is cultured. Because the monk are usually cultured. So you already have a good base. So if you can convert the monk to monkey, that's the best.
Well.
Okay, thank you.
So do you have an example of how we can identify a potential change maker?
Well, like I said, people who ask questions. Look out for people who ask questions. Of course, again, by what type of question, what questions they ask, and so on and so forth, you will be able to assess whether this is going to be a change maker. Okay? So if they don't ask questions, you then have got to probe and see. By asking them questions and see what is their answer. Because sometimes the Asians are just too shy. Maybe I shouldn't say Asian, I should say Malaysian. Because if you go to China, you ask them to ask questions, they will have 10,000 questions for you. So if they don't ask questions, then you have got to ask questions for them to answer, and then look at the answer to judge whether they have matter or no, whether they have passion or not with that subject. Right? Because if you find somebody who has passion for a subject, they will be the change maker. Okay? All right. So thank you very much.
Thank you, LJ. So let's learn to ask questions, be the change maker, and ask the right questions. Now, LJ, please remain on the space to be recognized by the token of appreciation. Thank you, Dr. Mui, for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, LJ, once again.
Can I go for bio?
Yeah, what will be up next? Bio? Or chemistry? Or physics?
Maths. Lean Six Sigma.
All right, next up will be our time to get connected, networking at the same time, makan time again. So this is our second tea break. And how much time we have?
Just now somebody said makan is a nice word, but really makan don't do other things makan
That
eat
is called donation lah.
Oh you?
Yeah.
I learned something new today. Thank you, Sunny. So how much time? 3, 3, 5. You have to be seated again so that you don't miss the second Kahoot game and get something back hopefully.
We'll have Kahoot game 2 right after the tea break. So we want you to be coming on time, else we're not going to wait for you for Kahoot round 2.
Okay, let's go and makanan, eat food. Okay. Or biology, physics, chemistry, or Lean Six Sigma, right? Or PMP certification. Okay, guys, have a good tea break. Guys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Diversity. Remind me, please, to use the word guys and girls.
All right, thank you. Are we all good? Okay, we are all good.
You want to remove your mask?
Do you want to remove?
1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. One more. Okay, freestyle. Yay!
Now, please get yourself ready as we are ready. Now, to be reminded, please use your secret 4-digit number this time around. I don't want to see any names to appear on. Kahoot Master, are you ready? Now, this is the pin for Kahoot round 2.
3068470.
Okay, you can still see. No old flower. No old flower.
Of course.
1 second. Sorry. Sorry. What happened? Okay, now these are all the names. More names. Please participate. Just key in your 4-digit number as your player name. We want to have more.
They like the Penang Pasembor. That's why you see all quite follow the number 4.
Yes, that's right.
Ini kali menang.
What is this? Ini kali menang. Oh, you, siapa itu?
Later, whoever win, I will
Tengoklah nanti dia menang tak. Kalau menang tu,
ini kali menang.
Ini kali menang. Okay, still coming up. We are going to open it for a few more seconds. And I think we are almost ready. We are almost ready. Are you all ready? Are you all ready? Yes, ready. Wow, very ready, very ready. Waiting for the question, Okay. And 1. Here comes questions 1. Which one below is not the sponsors for today's conference? Alright, which one is that? Ayyo, it's so obvious lah, so obvious. Okay, the answer is Intel. Betul, inilah kali menang. H236, congratulations. This is just question number 1. Let's proceed with question 2. Who is the Lean Six Sigma Master Belt among the speakers and panelists today? Siapa itu? Rupa-rupanya dia Jonathan ke? KS Lim ke? And the answer goes to Pauline. She's there. Wow, most of you got it right. S049. Leading. Yeah. How many panelists do we have for today? How many panelists do we have for today? Counting. How many chairs? How many chairs? Answer is 6. Luck. Let's see. Woo! V107. Congratulations. You are leading now. Next up, how many PDUs you can earn by attending this conference? You know. Alright. What is the answer? And the correct answer is 7. Woo! And who is this? Still V107 Woo! You are still leading. Now, what is the topic of panel discussion 2? Is panel discussion 2 happening, or will be happening? What is the topic for panel discussion 2? And answer is 70 of us got it right. Let's see. Again, V107, you are still leading. Next up, who is the speaker for the topic of develop and empowering change maker? Times up. Who is this? LJ. Betul LJ? Yes, betul. Okay lah, V107, you are quite safe. You are quite safe. Now this is the second last question. Which hotel are you in today? Ayo.
Faster.
Ayo,
This is the
mestilah Istin lah. Ayo. Okay, all right, V107. Now, this is the last chance. Who will be giving the closing speech later? Quickly check. Agenda, cepat.
I no need to check agenda. Just now I tell them already. If you win the Kahoot game, you have to wait for somebody to finish speaking at the end, right? If you pay attention to me, you will get the
And
answer.
who is this? Is it Sally Chin? Dr. Mui. So this is the 8 questions for the Kahoot round 2. Let's check. Who is the winner? Tempat ketiga goes to This is the second place, and the champion for Kahoot round 1 is 7545. Congratulations to all these 3 winners. It is not easy to get the most question correct. And for all these 3 winners, you will be receiving your prize on the way out at the end of the event. 5. All 5.
Yes.
So
All
this is
5
the
winners.
prize that you'll be getting. All the 5
Top
winners,
5.
the top 5.
Also from the Kahoot game 1, 5. not
Yes, Kahoot game 1, 5. Kahoot game 2, 5. Total 10. So the top 5-ish.
And remember to collect your gifts, your prizes at the reception after Dr. Mui finished his speech. After Dr. Mui's speech.
Yeah, the last speaker, as you have answered the question correctly just now. Okay, next up.
Okay, now no more game. Now time to sit down and listen and relax a bit. If not later too high, cannot go home and focus on the next assignment at home. All right. Next agenda is a panel discussion 2, energizing diversity. You can be the change maker. The topic itself is very energizing. So while energizing is a spirit, right, there is a need for change makers with tenacity and great mindset to transform, change, and improve. So we will find out more from these panelists what motivates them and how they inspire more people to join them. But before that, I want to introduce Shafida Halami. Shafida Halami di mana? Okay, she's there. Okay, she is currently an IT and user support team manager for the biggest investment bank in Malaysia. Biggest investment bank in Malaysia, with a focus to drive IT transformation and influencing change within the company. She brings with her 22 years of experience in IT, inclusive of 10 years in project management from various industries, including banking, communication services, oil and gas, beverages, and so forth. So let's put our hands to welcome Shafida and her panelists to the stage. Yes, Khatijah, Patrick, Shafong, yes. Clap, Thank you. Ya, duduk mana-mana. Okay.
Hello everybody, am I audible? Yes? Okay. Great, thank you very much for joining Northern Conference. Today I am together with 3 wonderful panelists, but for information, I've already interviewed them prior to this discussion today, and I hope that you enjoy and get some energizing feelings of the diversity, be that change maker. Okay, I would like to introduce my panelists today. I will start with Wong Xiaofeng, which is, he's the one. I think you guys know him. He's actually an Inteller as well, right? And then he is actually a department manager in Kulim 1, which is a factory. As a module engineering department manager, he has 20 people, senior engineers, which is reporting to you directly like Xiaofeng. And then he is very passionate in his field, which is a technical field, focusing on semiconductor. He actually served IEEE, which is Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, and very passionate to have broader technical community and develop technical community in his arena, which is semiconductor. And Xiaofeng, he has 22 years working experience, right? So yeah, welcome and applause. Give him round applause to Xiaofeng. Okay, thank you very much. Right, our second panelist today, Khadijah. How are you, Khadijah? You good? Great. Okay, she is actually a data scientist, an engineer by profession, also an Intel, with a background of product development engineer, right? And then she's very passionate in being a mentor, especially mentoring young girls and inspire them in every aspect in life. Also knowledge share about the data scientists as well, data science for them as well, right? Khadijah? Welcome, Khadijah. Okay, last but not least, I think if you're always in LinkedIn, you will always see his face. He is Patrick Tan. Right, Patrick Tan is engineer by profession. He's a process equipment engineer in Intel as well. However, he is also a resume expert, content creator, and very active in coaching. And he has coached about 20,000 students in your university's days. Wow, what an influencer. Give him a round of applause. Right. On top of that, he is also one of the top 70 rising personalities in LinkedIn, providing various tips to improve a quality of self-improvements and quality of career growth as well. Welcome, Patrick. Thank you very much for 3 panelists for joining us in a Northern Conference. And today we are going to talk about energizing diversity, be that change maker. Okay, if you want to know what is actually energize means. Okay, energize means is to make someone feel energetic or eager, all right? So this is actually a verb. And then the diversity, the fact of many different types of things, of people being included or something. Okay, but in this aspect, we are talking about realizing your passion and sharing with the community around you. We are talking about passion. That's what we were talking about, diversity. And we have 3 amazing change makers today. Right, so what is actually Changemaker? I think you've heard a lot about Changemaker. We've been discussing about this. But the Changemaker is actually the person who brings the solutions to the challenges we face, from education to mental health, environment, sustainability to social justice. But however, it depends on one's passion, and it depends on what can this passion can bring the benefits to the society. So this is actually the point that we want to get through. All right, without further ado, I would like to start with the discussion today. Maybe I would like to start with Xiaofeng, right? Xiaofeng, you know, you as the change maker lead in IEEE, I just wanted to understand what makes you do what you do and what really inspires you. Maybe you could share with us the background story of how you started.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. I apologize first that I was not attending the full day conference. I was just arriving, so maybe I'm not connecting for the whole day event, but I look at today, it's really a full of attendance. I really feel proud of you all, and maybe you should make a clap for you all, right? Because you make a change for you all to attend today's event, right? And I'm also get to know from Siu Fui that we have so many Intelers, so we just don't want to talk too many Intel acronyms, so that we don't want to share too many BKM and tell you the POR, and also all these kind of keywords that Intel used to it, right? But anyhow, just back to the change maker. To be frank, I a person that very strong believer in mentoring and also coaching. I am who I am today. I really want to thanks to one of my key coach or mentor, and right now he become my best friend that he already relocated to US, right? He brought me into this IEEE field when we start to do some technical volunteering. What I meant by technical volunteering, that it's still a volunteering job. Definitely we're also doing the charity work, but technically, right? So it means that you bring out the technical community to work on some of the missions and also some of the work technically together. So what I meant by that is like, typically we have all these conferences, right? We meet with people, the networking, and this is what making me today that I believe you need to invest yourself by stepping up, engage with community. And in Chinese, and if those that you guys understand, right? Right, you give, then you will gain more, right? In the mentoring and coaching, trust me, if you are a mentor and coach, although you try to change someone, when you coach it, sometimes you just realize that actually a lot of things you don't know. Based on the questions that they ask you and all those, right? Actually, you know nuts about their problem, their issue. But I learned that also throughout some of the training networking, actually a coach is a person that can ask all the powerful questions. And we realized that actually a lot of answer lies within yourself. Sometimes they just need to have some confirmations. They just want to get some kind of assurance from you. So eventually, if you're able to spend your time listen to them, right, then later on ask some powerful question, you fundamentally is a good change maker. So for me, just to kind of conclude the area that I'm working on, I'm dealing with a lot of engineers. I'm working with a lot of industry peers in engineering field and also in the university. And one thing that really inspired me the most as a change maker is I enjoy seeing somebody grow, right? And we're all starting from junior positions. And by the way, LJ, I will enjoy my recognition more than 2 seconds because I felt that I need that longer. But definitely, I do agree with you that one of the mentors tell me, enjoy for a day, right? Longer than 2 seconds. But eventually, you see somebody grow, you see somebody making a better and getting a recognition. I believe this is one of my best reward, that when I see somebody grow up, get the right recognition instead of myself to get the individual award. So I believe this is what I believe on the Changemaker.
Thank you, Shofong. And with that, you're mentioning about Changemaker and also being empathetic in whatever you are doing, because we are basically, giving out to the society. And I would like to ask Khadija, Khadija, why the young girls? What makes you see the young girls as are the peoples that you need to mentor? Maybe you could share your experience.
Assalamualaikum and hi everybody. Now before I say the words, right, can I have some participation, right? Every time I say, I am, then all of you say, Changemaker. I am Changemaker. Can we do that? Let's start, huh? 1, 2, 3. I am Changemaker. No, louder folks. I am Changemaker. Good. Now ladies and gentlemen, I am just a case study. I am here not to impress you. I am here not to teach you. A little bit background about myself is I was born from parents that are working with the government. My father was a policeman and my mom was a clerk. Now during that time, we started the life very humble, right? One of the things that I still remember during that time when I was about going for boarding school, so as a policeman, as a clerk, my mom and my dad have to prepare a lot of things. Now anybody that have parents from, like me, a policeman and a clerk, can I see a hand? Oh, I'm the only one? Okay, hi. All right, no, I drop. Now, why I told you that story is because I am no special. When I was young, my results are all about borders. Just nicely pass, nicely pass, nicely pass. I think for some reason God want to train me that failure is all right. Agree, folks? Failure is all right. To the fact that I was having an opportunity to work in Intel, I still remember during that time, even my brother-in-law, when he first looked at my resume, he said, no, your result is not so good. Intel only hire good people. No, I apologize. My result is not that good. By the way, during that time, right? It's then established into my life. I said, hey, I want to give hope to people. The fact that I was being hired to Intel, yes, not because of the results, but because of the attitude. Now, if I could give hopes to girls by becoming a mentor, tell them that, hey, if I can do it, you can do it too. If I can do it, you can do it too. So why not give hope to people?
Thank you, Khadija. What an inspiring story you tell to the people. And basically, those people are actually resonate well with you, okay, based on your background and so on and so forth. Right, Patrick. Patrick, I can see Shofong is a type of change maker who is a builder. He's a technical person and he wanted people to be like him, okay? To understand more about semiconductor, for example. And I figured that Khadija is a nurturer, okay? She's working with the young ladies, young girls and so on. But what about you? Why do you want to be a networker? Why everywhere is about you in LinkedIn? The tips, the topic that you write goes viral. Maybe you could explain a little bit why you do this.
Okay, thank you, Shasha.
Welcome.
Hello everyone, I'm Patrick, and it's my honor to be here, to be invited by PMI Malaysia. Yeah, to answer the questions from Shasha, right, maybe let me share with you my journey on how I get started with this journey as a young person. So why I mention myself a young person is because if my partners here, one have 20 overseas, one have 10 overseas, I only have 2 years and a half.
Wow, amazing, right?
Patrick, we are all still looking young, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would say as a change maker, you don't have to be a very senior guy. You can be a junior to be a change maker. So how did it get started? My journey over here is, I started my LinkedIn 2 years back when I was still a university student. That time when I started to do some postings, share some insights postings on LinkedIn, I get a lot of judgments from people, especially from the seniors. No offense, but because they say, oh, he's just a university student, why he wants to be like a famous guy on LinkedIn. So this is one of the things that actually makes me feel disappointed. So I would say, at that time, I actually had a mentor. As what Xiaofeng mentioned, everyone needs a mentor. I had a mentor that guided me through this journey on LinkedIn, what I need to do as a junior. Because, as a university student at the time, I'm just a blank paper, I would say. I don't know what to do. I don't know what is the thing that is right or what is the thing that is wrong. So that is the thing that I would say, as a change maker, you need someone to guide you. And you don't have to be a senior guy. As long as you do the right thing, you do the thing that you think is the right one, with passion, you're able to influence people. So throughout the journey, I continuous to do the content postings on LinkedIn, and I share a lot of like what Shasha mentioned. I share a lot of career growth postings. Even I'm just a junior person in my career, I'm able to attract the network. I'm able to build out my own network on LinkedIn, and that actually helps me to know a lot of persons from industry, not only from semiconductors. It included like finance, business, medical. So that's what I would say. If, let's say, you have the passion to do it, you don't need to be a very senior guy. As long as you have the passion, you think that you do the right thing, you're able to influence the people, that's the thing that you are doing good. And believe me, as times go, you will build your own network and people will agree with you when times go. That's what they say. At first, people will judge you. Then, they will ignore you. In the end, they will follow you. That's what I believe on this journey of LinkedIn.
Bravo, bravo. I really like what Patrick mentioned just now. Okay, so follow Patrick's in the LinkedIn. Yeah? He's actually the 17th, one of the biggest influencer in LinkedIn. I would like to also start with the changing, the global world right now. Okay, we'll talk about economy and also the pandemic. Okay, and then after 2 years of the pivots and resets, okay, of course, we are doing what we are doing, right? And sometimes we also face the challenge, and sometimes we say that, okay, let us stop. Let us stop for a while, or let us stop. This is not actually for me. So there is actually a challenge. So Xiaofeng, what, from your perspective, because of these resets, right? We always do physical meeting, for example. Nowadays, we are going for hybrid or WIO, for example. How do you change your approach to ensure that we diverse for this current condition after these pivots and resets? Xiaofeng.
Yeah, I believe that if you stay in your industry long enough, I don't want to mention 20-something years, but still staying young, right? It's an economic cycle. It's up and down, right? So you always need to have something called a growth mindset. You know what I mean by growth mindset and also a fixed mindset? Means that you see something, you always think of the opportunity, you always speak of the very optimistic word, you always talk about the area for possibility to solve something. My fellow Intel colleagues here, the newspaper saying that we have no hope, closing down. But today, why are you still here? It's because I think you want to spend HRDF money or for whatever reason, right? But joke aside, it's like, that is something that we're referring as a growth mindset, that you see yourself as an opportunity. Why I'm saying that is because, to be honest, I've been working in this industry, and my department closed down twice. Tutup kedai, dua kali. Right? Kali pertama, there's no tomorrow today. Means that, I work so hard, the company doesn't want me, almost want to cry, look for a shoulder to cry on, this and that. But second time, I have a lot of friends in different departments, different groups, like Siu Fui, why today was invited me. We are both from the same department that Tutup Kedai. But right now, where is he? Where is she, right? Where am I? Right? You look at the opportunity to build your network, to see the opportunity and understand how's the economy and also the environment look like, and always tell yourself that you need to grow. And I'm sitting to a young gun right now, data scientists. Do you know what they are doing? The name so tiring, scientists, you know. And Intel is producing a lot of this program called data scientists, right? Are you a data scientist? Right, you have WhatsApp, right? You have Facebook, you have LinkedIn. You know, people are watching you at the behind. Like my dad asked me, hey, how come I like this kind of news, then this guy seems to understand me, always pop up the news that for me to read. And I tell my guy, you are under spy. You are so, I tell my dad, you are under spy, and make sure you don't watch something that do not watch. Because later on my son going to take your phone, then he asked me all these questions that I'm not able to answer. But back to here, it's like, the thing is changing so fast, right? And it runs so fast until that you need to adapt yourself to really have that kind of growth mindset. Imagine that your parent, they grow with the time that our telephone is during your dial, right? You turn them, ta-ta-ta-ta. I see so many people knocking your head. Don't knock your head because it shows that which generation you are in, right? When you take out your phone, you dial, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. It's based on this kind of analog for making phone call, right? But you look at today, all our parents, all the elderly, they all know how to operate the WhatsApp, right? And all this WeChat thing is so great. So this is what I always want to urge everyone is like, open up your mind, accept new things with a growth mindset.
Thank you, Shofong. I think the key points here is growth mindset and also the adaptability, right? We should be able to adapt in whatever changing that we experience about. So maybe Khadija, would you want to share your experience about the adaptability in this changing world of you being a change maker?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, right? There is a very famous saying mentioned about if you see a turtle on the fence, please be reminded that the turtle have been lifted out by someone else. So in this case, I am a turtle. So ladies and gentlemen, I am a turtle. Now, to me, along my journey, I started, mentioned to you all just now, I was being hired to Intel not because of my education. The little bit of minimum requirements definitely is there, but more on the attitude side. I just realized as my age add on, the goal is very important. Quote an example, the programs that I was involved with the girls that are below maybe Form 4, Form 5 students. So I was assigned with two girls. One is a Chinese girl, one is an Indian girl. I was very privileged to get that opportunity. Now, during that time, we have already been hit up by the COVID-19. Now, the purpose of the mentor during that time is to help these girls be successful with the project that they decided to do. So they choose something that I have not done before throughout my career. I take up that challenge anyway to work with them. My first goal is how do I make them be successful, regardless of the challenges. Number two is my goal is to help them not to impress me as their mentor, but to work as a partner so that both of them can deliver the results, right? And the third one that I really treasure and I think which is very important, once it is successful, it should be rewarded. It should be rewarded, right? So regardless, challenges, three principles that I always remember. Number one is setting a goal. Number two is still working as a team. Number three is maybe more than 2 minutes reward to sip a coffee, Starbucks, maybe more than 2 minutes. Just kidding. Back to you.
Thank you, Khadija. I think it's very good points that you mentioned that, you know, being a mentor, we are also actually learning from the mentee as well, right? So we also take some key points in order for us to improve ourselves better. Go back to Patrick. So I would like to ask, as a change maker, what benefits realization you have in your life? Okay, like for example, what is in need for you? Like for example, you are the engineer yourself, right? But you also do something else as you diverse your way of thinking with the growth mindset and that adaptability of yourself. So what is in need for you when you come back, okay, whatever that you are doing right now, and when you come back to your job, what do you feel? what the things that you get so that you can do your job much better, in much better way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Shasha. Yeah, so to answer Shasha's questions, right, let me share with you one story. I have a friend he was actually a university graduate 2 years, 3 years back. That time, she actually was looking for a job. And fortunately, she has actually a LinkedIn, a very huge network around her. And guess what? She secured 49 job offers before she graduated from the universities. So this is why I want to share this story to you, is because with the network that you build, you might not be benefited today. Who knows in future? Like what Xiaofeng mentioned, he experienced 2-time factory shutdown. So you never know when is your next factory going to shut down, right? So I would say, if let's say you have the opportunity, why not you start to build up your network today? Of course, a lot of people tell me, hey Patrick, I tried to build network on LinkedIn, but I don't get any benefits. Why I need to continue? Of course, today, you have to put some effort and slowly build out a network one by one, and eventually people knows you well. Who knows, one day you need a job, you need an opportunity, or you need the speakers on the stage, like what Shufei reached out. We connected through LinkedIn. So this is how you can get opportunities or get people to know you. We have monkeys today, we have turtle today. I would like to share tortoise, right? So why I say tortoise? Because on LinkedIn, or even on building network, not only LinkedIn, right? So it's not one day you hit the button, you get 10K of followers, or you get another hacks, you get 20K of followers. No, it's actually day by day, network by network. Like today, I meet you guys, I know another 100 people, something like that. So it's like you need to build up constantly, and you need to engage with them from time to time, so that people knows you well. Because one day, you might be my manager. So this is how I believe that network will help you, not only now, but in the future. Like today, I not got to know Xiaofeng, Khadija through this panel discussion as well. Because in the company, in such a huge company, we don't know each other. I mean, it's very rare for you to meet another person from another factory, another department, right? So this is also another platform for you to build a network. So I would say, as a change maker, right, first thing, you need to have passion. Of course, regardless of your age, you need to have passion. Because if you start to build network, but you don't see the outcome, you will stop immediately. That's the person without passion. If you with a passion, you will eventually reach your end goal. Yeah.
Thank you, Patrick. And you know, we talk about the benefits realization and what you're mentioning about passion just now, right? I mean, it goes back to Xiaofeng. For example, in the engineering industry, for example, we have to upkeep with the technology. So this is also something that we have to bear in mind. Not only us want to proceed with what we are doing, but also to the juniors. They also want to evolve. They also want to have a growth mindset like you. So how can you keep them, okay? Be as you. At this moment of time, you mentor them. At the same time, be like you, and you go further to the next level. Go ahead, Xiaofeng.
Sure, but before that, just want to correct Patrick, right? Our factory not shutting down. This is a very dangerous word. Our department get consolidated. Okay? Yeah. So not shut down.
Sorry for that.
Okay. Yeah. For that, I think I talk about mentoring, I talk about the coaching, then growth mindset, right? Eventually, I found out that to keep pace with all the changes and all those, you need to do the right influence. The first thing to influence is to influence yourself. Maybe I can do a quick raise of hand because it's a late afternoon right now. How many of you guys talking to yourself every day? Maybe I ask one more time. How many of you guys talking to yourself in front of mirror every day? Okay. You need to talk to yourself. The only person in this world, beside that, those that produce you, you need to love you. Love yourself. Although you may not be the most handsome man or the most beautiful girl in this world, you need to love yourself. You need to make sure that you motivate yourself every day. Right? You need to make sure that you influence yourself, stay positive, stay whatever that you should do better every day. So once you're able to influence yourself, fall in love yourself better and better every day, then only you can influence others. We have all the role to influence our family. We have a role to influence our employee as a managers, right? And people are watching after you to lead by example. Imagine that our politicians give us bad examples. Somehow we still vote for them, unfortunately, for every 5 years. But eventually, you guys need to lead by example to show all these kind of requirements. Unfortunately, back to our company, I don't want to mention Intel. We take safety so thoroughly. You walk staircase, any one of you holds handrail? You know what's handrail? In Intel, as a people manager, you don't use handrail. People watching after you. Because in Intel, we are not allowed you to walk up the staircase by not holding handrail. Back to school, so badly. Because we believe in safety. So who is the leader or who is the one that lead by example and influence? It's all the leaders and managers. So I think I just want to bring to your example, and maybe the conclude here is influence. Influence yourself, influence others.
Thank you very much, Shofong. And Khadija, maybe you would want to say something like, for example, what's next for you? Like, for example, right now you're actually doing mentor, right? So what's next? I mean, do you have somebody that you plan to groom to be like you?
I think if I were to give recommendation, I would like to talk to myself here, Khadija. In order for you to continue mentor people, you gotta have right mindset on yourself. So I am not be able to influence all of you today, but if I could give one recommendation to one person, right? One person, and if you have genuine heart to join me, be a change maker, join 3 of us, 4 of us, all of us to be change maker. 3 things that I would like to be as the next step. Number 1 is, let's continue to choose the right association of people that we want to continue be mingle around with. There is also a saying is, if you want to know how's your successful life or your life going to be, look at the 5 people that who you always talk to, right? So make sure, I would encourage, join me, read the books 15 minutes a day. Because it will then tune your mindset accordingly. Because I don't know about you, but I don't like people to correct my mistakes. I rather read books and correct my own mistakes. That's number 1. Number 2 is you want to also start to listen, join me listen to a podcast or material that could then give a good positive words to yourself. Now, Xiaofo mentioning about talk to ourselves in front of the mirror. Like we want to choose the right words. So how does we want to clock in the right words? It's through the books that we read, the association that we mingle around with, and certainly the books that you read. Now speaking about next step for my mentor and mentorship, right? Yep. Today in Penang, I have a couple of few folks that are considered junior to me. Now I was very inspired to many of the speakers that we have heard, right? Their goal eventually develop someone else. Now in this life, without we like it or not, without I like it or not, I will have to go one day. So my next goal is certainly, if I'm not able to change the whole world, but if I can change one more Khadija, that could help someone else, and why not?
Thank you so much, Khadija. So, last but not least, Patrick, I think the world is going to be wasted if if we have only one Patrick. How can you multiply yourself to let others do something good like what you did? How do you do that? Is there any plans in future?
Okay, yeah, I would say self-confidence is one of the most important things that Asians lack of. Okay, let me explain why I say that is because I actually complete my primary and secondary school from a Chinese school. You know, from a Chinese school, we don't speak English at all, except for the annual oral test, English oral test, which is once a year. So when I entered the university, I was like, oh gosh, everyone is speaking fluent English, and I was like, oh my God, I don't even know how to speak a sentence of fluent English. So that was a time that you will tend to feel that other people better than you. So you tend to feel that you are lack of confidence. You don't dare to speak out. And I would say, if let's say I have a chance to tell myself to change the Patrick that used to be, I would say I want to motivate myself to be more self-confident. Because with confidence, you will not scared about people who judging you. You will not scared that people laughing you. Hey, this new guy going to do his LinkedIn for what? For what? Some reasons. So you will tend to feel more confident when you do something. So I would say if you want to be a change maker, you need to be consistent and be confident, especially for the young people, because for Asians, we tend to have lack of confidence. That's what I feel in myself. I'm not sure about you guys, right? So I would say if you want to be successful, you need to be very, very confident. And of course, be humble. This is very, very important. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I think those three panelists today, I mean, you basically resonate with those people. Then basically, I just would like to understand from you, is it hard to be a change maker? Everybody is a change maker, right? So everybody can be a change maker. So this is actually three examples of great change maker, and change maker actually can do something, can create something, can change something in this whole wide world. Okay, if you have any questions, fellow audience, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to raise up your hands. We have panelists here, or you can actually type your questions in the WhatsApp group so that we could answer it accordingly. Okay, so we actually have, I think, about 10 more minutes. But by the way, maybe I could continue my questions. Right. If you say to one person, especially for those audience here today, how can you, as a change maker, because I'm telling you one thing, right? I mean, my experience in women in project management in Malaysian chapter, it's not easy to influence others to follow you, right? That is also part of the challenge. And also in Toastmasters, for example, it's not easy to get members, right? So if you would be able to ask the people, how can they start if they wanted to be a change maker? How can they start? Because being a volunteer actually is not everybody. It's not for everybody, because some people, they actually comes in and after that they subside. So what's your thoughts about it? Maybe I will start with Shofong.
This I think we lack of one keywords that for today conference and maybe the makeup sessions, there are so many program manager here, right? Where is the strength of the program manager? It's planning, right? So I believe that you need to do the right planning for yourself so that you can be a person to change. What I'm saying so is like back to the same mentor that kind of developed me. He told me that this is not a whatever bad thing, but I just say planning job sometimes is very boring, right? Why don't we just put our hand and just go and do? But he told me that if you do it right, you spend your 80% of your time planning it well, the 20% time of your execution will be just smooth. But indirectly or maybe inversely, you do 80% of your time spent on execution, but you only plan 20% well. You are having fun to just carve up so many issues one by one. So I learned this so much, and that's why right now, year end, time fly, right? December. I'm really urge everyone that really take out a piece of paper, maybe from today, a very nice piece of paper from this hotel, go back and do a yearly planning for year 2023.
Thank you, Shofong. It's really, really good and very inspiring that you take a paper and then you find out. So maybe a little bit from you, Khadija, 1 minute to conclude the discussion today.
Well, folks, give yourself a round of applause for being here today. I just want to end with the first statement that I mentioned just now. When I said I am, then you all shout. I am. I am.
Louder, louder, please. One more time. I am.
We have the whole group.
Thank you. And I think, Sally, do you have any questions before I conclude?
Yeah, it's from the floor. Show us how you talk to yourself and motivate yourself. Question to Shaw Fong.
Yes.
Not from me, I declare first, from somebody.
Okay, Shaw Fong, imagine that you have a mirror in front of you.
Yeah,
okay.
show.
Let us see how you talk to the mirror.
You know what, this just come out from my mind and I thought it's a joke. Then you guys take it so seriously. No, what a man is like, to be frank, I talk to myself a lot. Like, until my son sometimes, he asks me, Dad, what are you doing? Why you keep talking, right? But what I'm doing, definitely not looking at the mirror on the wall, who is the most handsome man in this world, right?
Being Cinderella.
Yeah, Cinderella, right? I cannot change who am I, right? Except more and more gray hair, right? So what I'm doing is like, today what is the critical thing that I need to do, right? Because definitely I have a habit, before I go back, every day, end of my work, I will see what's happening tomorrow. If tomorrow I have an early morning meeting, I will feel sad for myself because I feel that I'm not enough sleep, right? But in the morning when I wake up, I will just tell myself, yeah, today we have this thing to deliver. Hopefully until end of today, we will do this, do that. So this is what the key things that I keep telling myself, that today, what is the thing you want to accomplish? Trust me, if you write down what you're going to do every day, let's say you just write down 5 items, at the end of the day, you pick, right, those that you accomplish. Your endorphins level grow up a lot. You don't need to take chocolate. You need to take whatever thing to motivate you. So this is the way that sometimes you talk to yourself, write it down, then later on, motivate yourself. This is how I do it daily.
Yeah, I think I agree with Shaw Fong. And basically, this method is called manifestation, right? We actually, you know, being in front of the mirror, talk to ourselves, be confident for the day, list out what you are going to do for the day so that you can fulfill with the good things, and you don't do something yang sia-sia lah orang kata, don't do anything wasted. All right, so I would like to go back to Patrick. Maybe you would want to say some conclusion from our discussion today. Your thought as the most young person in this hall, maybe. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll take this very quick. Yeah. I would say you are the change maker. You decide your own path. You decide your own journey. Without doing anything, you won't achieve your end goal. So I'd like to send a message to all the young people over there like me. So you have to decide where you want to be in the next 5 or 10 years and work hard for it. Of course, during the journey, it might be tough. There might be some showstoppers. There might be someone who's going to stop you. But remember, you have to be passionate and you have to be confident and be humble to learn everything from every seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. You know, I always love, you know, talking to the young chaps. People say they are inexperienced, but to be honest, I learned a lot from young chaps. Okay, I also, to be honest, not really that young. Okay, if you could see, I also have 22 years experience, working experience, and you can guess my age. But of course, age is just a number, right? Am I correct?
Yes.
So we are actually a change maker regardless age. Okay, regardless gender and everything. So I would like to conclude today's discussion. I really hope that you can get some takeaway and something that you could bring back and digest, you know, and take up and be a change maker in the sense of it also give a benefits for your real job. Like for example, they are actually engineers by profession, but they are the person who giving out to the society, and that kind of vibes, the aura resonates well to them in order for them to be more effective in their job. Am I correct? Yes, because I also do the same. Right, as a conclusion, the first thing based on this discussion today, I found that, you know, you need to have your passion and then keep going. Believe in yourself, believe in your cause. Doesn't matter, you are a nurturer, you are a builder, you are networkers, whatever the change maker you may be, but believe in yourself, believe in your cause. And to change, you have to be passionate and also be patient, okay? Like what Nehru said, you want to plant the seed today, tomorrow you get durian. Of course not, okay? Correct, Patrick? It really takes time in order for you to be a 70, the most influenced person in LinkedIn, yeah? So, and then you need to see the outcomes, and then you need to influence others. It's a waste, right? If we have the only Khadija here who mentor the young girls, it's only a waste that we have Shofong only, having the knowledge of the semiconductor, but never give that to the society, and so on with Patrick. So it's a waste. So we have to give back to the society. We have to share this together, the benefits of being a change maker, so that other people also can be a change maker. Therefore, always remember, you must understand your why, factors of being a change maker. Therefore, thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shafida and the panelists, so much for the insights. Yeah, you may proceed to the this point here for the recognition. Yes, and we'd like to invite Dr. Mui to come forward to present a token of appreciation. Yeah, stand in line lah. Don't be shy. Come. Yeah. All right, Shafong. Thank you, Shafong. And sila tepuk tangan, please. All right, Khadija. Khadija, Khadija. Khadija. Clap. Clap. All right. Patrick. Yes, Patrick. And our Madam Moderator, Shafida. Like, clap. Come on. Yeah. All right. And then group photo, yeah? Okay, group photo, kan? Okay, group photo. Quick one. Group photo, yeah. Thank you so much, right? And now it is 4:35. Okay. Okay, one more clap for the team. Come. Dr. Mui, can I just have you to stay here because I'm next going to invite you to do the closing speech. But before Dr. Mui says something, let me sing about him first or dance about him first. Okay, you want to get your things out? Yeah. Okay, so Dr. Mui is a PMI certified instructor. We know that. Okay, and he has trained more than 20,000 project professionals in Asia. 20,000. Hey, why you guys no feeling? 20,000 people. Nah. And then he is an IEM Top Mentor Award recipient also. And most important, this one, he volunteered for more than 20 years in non-profit organization. A lot of volunteering hours, 20 years and above, I believe. So over to Dr. Mui for the closing speech. Hey, come on, don't so kiam siap. Penang said kiam siap. Yeah, clap harder. Yeah.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for joining today's one-day conference that co-organized between the PMI Malaysia Chapter and the career groups in Berhad. And this is a conference that we used to have in 2019, the last one, and it's already after 3 years we have this again. Now, your strong participation have made this event successful. And please give yourself a loud applause. You stay until now 4:35, right? Okay. Yeah. I hope you have had a very fruitful day of learning from the project management or the management expert here. I think that today's speakers and the panels are very experienced and they share a lot of insight. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the sponsor. The sponsor, the first one is the Boston Scientific. Can you show a hand? Boston Scientific. Okay, thank you. Yeah, they have. And I also like to thank the MS Osram and MS Osram, show a hand. Those are here. Okay, thank you. All right, and also like to thank the Turner and Townsend, the whole team here. Raise your hand. Thank you very much. Give them a round of applause. Right? Now, we also have the few collaborating partners, including next slide. Next slide. Okay. Yeah. Oh, this is a certificate. Flip over a few more slides. Yeah. Okay. Now we have a few collaborating partners, including the Engineer Malaysia (IEM) and also Penang Institute, with this Dato. Give them a lot of applause. And also Talent Corp, Deloitte, and of course Intel. Intel, we have a lot of volunteers here in today's conference to make this conference successful. And later on, I will mention the organizing committee's name to acknowledge them. Just give me a short moment now. And I would like to thank the speaker. As speakers, we have a long list here today. We start with the opening speech from Dr. Joshua. Let's give Dr. Joshua a round of applause on the opening speech, our PMI Malaysia Chapter Treasurer. All right. I think Dr. Mui have left already. Okay. Then we also thank Mr. Lim Chong Lun from the Boston Scientific. He talks about the medical industry PM. Well done. Okay. Let's also thank Mr. Nehru. We talk about the green PM. Thank you very much, Nehru. Your sharing was very insightful. Okay. Yeah. And panelists, we have KS Lim. Give me a round of applause, KS Lim. And we have Ang Lei Pin. Ang Lei Pin left already, Okay. And then we have another panel speaker, is Jonathan Dare. All right, give me a round of applause. Well done. All right. And we have another speaker, Pauline Kang. Very good, insightful sharing of power skill of the future of work now. Stakeholder management, learn something, okay, yeah. And then we also have a speaker, Sam Lei Jin, LJ. Give her a round of applause. Talk about the development and empowering a change maker. That's interesting. Now, panelists, we also want to thank Dr. Wong Xiaofeng. Well done, that's now is there. And then Khadija, and okay, and also the Patrick Peng. Of course, don't forget our moderator. We do have moderator. There are two moderators. Morning session moderator is, I forgot the name. Preeta, yeah. Okay. And just now, the afternoon, Shasha, still your hand, Okay. Now, then come to the organizing committee. The next slide now. This is the 18 organizing committee, and give them a lot of applause first. Then I will talk about the name one by one. Okay. I'm the coach for this conference, and I actually we have a very strong team for this conference. I would like to introduce one by one our project manager for this conference, Miss Lau Xiu Fui. Can you show her hand? She has done a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Xiu Fui. And we have our core project manager, Hussein. Give me a round of applause. Also, another strong driver for this conference. Well done. All right. And then, of course, our secretary, Charlene. Very good on the secretary work. Thank you very much. Yeah. And Maya is a team lead on the event. Now you see him, he has been walking around the whole morning until now to make sure this event is smooth. And we have Shokling. So hand there, Shokling. Okay, thank you. All right. Yihang is not here. Yihang, okay. Then we have Esther. Well done. Thank you. Esther is taking a team lead on the Marcom. Then we have Marcus Law is not here. Marcus Law, right? Okay. Then we have Ki Feng, who is sitting here behind. Today's sound system is all fight is under him, right? Well done, Ki Feng. And we have Joseph Chua. Joseph Chua? Not here. Oh, yeah, we're here. Yeah, correct. Thank you. Also have taken care of the sound system. All right. And then we also have LK. LK? Outside, okay. All right. Now, and don't forget, we also have two very professional MC today. Our distinguished Toastmaster MC, Sunny To, and also Sally Chin. Both of them are distinguished Toastmaster. That's why you have very good coordination on the event today. We have a top MC today. Thank you. Now, of course, we do have our, thank you also for PMI Indonesia Chapter's Presidents Alin and Veronika joining grace our event, and the General Secretary Tony, thank you for joining. And then we also have PMI Malaysia Singapore Chapter, Liu Manwei, thank you, all right. Don't forget, we also have our PMI Malaysia Chapter, Sean, who are the Director of Youth and Social Impact. All right. Okay, great. Now, I think I have almost covered to thank you everyone already. Huh? All right, yeah. Now, this event, we try to do our best to make everyone really have a very conducive learning today. There may be some area that we may not do well. We will ask for your apologize, all right? So if anything that not doing well in this, to feedback to us. Later on, there's a feedback point you can feedback to us. Now, and the COVID-19 pandemic have actually give us a good reset. I would say as a good reset. And for this over 2 years plus, we have learned a lot. We have learned a lot. I personally learned a lot, right? And especially we learned how to connect and reconnect. So today we reconnect back physically, right? I mean, the last 2 years during the pandemic, we connect virtually. Luckily, we got the technologies, and that actually makes us more versatile, right? We really a change maker role. We have to connect in multiple ways. Okay, so I think we have project management will continue to play an important role in the change maker in many developments and also the transformation projects. And I believe PM's role is definitely still one of the top demand in the market. So definitely I urge all of you to continue to hone your skill in the project management knowledge and skill now, and make yourself different. Now, continued learning is important, so we will, maybe next slide, look forward to have all of you again in the next year conference. We will plan to have next year conference in 2023. Hopefully we'll do it again here in Penang. So I look forward to see all of you again in Penang. Give yourself a loud applause, right? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Mui. Once again, this is nearing the end of our conference. But prior to that, Dr. Mui, I would also like you to be stay there. Okay, to present the token of appreciation to our sponsors of this event.
The last task for him today, huh?
Yeah, the last one. Yes, yes. May I have our sponsor from Boston Scientific, represented by the Engineering Director, Sharon Ruiz. Thank you for being our sponsor for this event. This is the Platinum sponsorship from Boston Scientific. Thank you once again. Thank you. Now, next up will be the sponsor from TNT, represented by the Director of Penang, Jonathan Tay. Thank you, TNT. And this is the gold sponsorship for our conference today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now, may I have OSRAM, represented by Project Director K.S. Lim. Let's give a round of applause for that. Thank you for being our gold sponsor for today, the gold sponsorship for this event. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you, yeah. You are done. Job is done. Not you are done. Job is done.
So, okay,
yes.
This is the feedback form, and this is the thing that you are waiting for, the course ID. so that you can get your 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There was a question
PDU.
on the
How many
PDU. Those will be 6 points. 6 points.
7.
7 points.
All right, and I think that's all right. Sunny can go back now.
Not yet. There are still some other thing, right?
No more already.
No more. Let them spend some time doing that.
Yeah, can go back here. Okay, so winners of Kahoot, remember to collect your prizes as you leave the conference. Don't forget that.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is nearing the end of our conference. And both of us is very delighted to invite all of you to give a big shout out to our speaker today, of all your fancy you, 250 of you today, and to all the role players. Let's give ourselves the last round of applause for being here, for being the change maker today. So we are
change makers.
Thank you for that. Yes, we are change maker. Now with that, we're going to see you soon in conference 23-24. Would there be a slide for that?
That's one.
This is the last one. So we hope that we have enjoyed. Myself and Sally, we have enjoyed so much in this conference and we learned so much. So we hope to see all of you in conference 23-24. And with this, Sally, do you have any last word to say?
Yes, wait. Look at me. The booths are open till 6, right? Okay. And somebody asked me if I want to get the school to play for my company, can, right?
Can, yes.
Look for who? Look for Siu Fui. Okay, look for the organizing committee. If you want the school, Chongzhen school, to, how to get them to perform in your place, right? You can do that. And do you still have a dream?
Yes, I do. Today, the dream is going to be actualized by being a change maker.
Okay.
So I'm actualizing my dream starting from today. Change maker we are.
Okay.
So with this,
till we meet again.
Yes, till we meet again.
I'm Sally. Remember.
I'm Sunny. We are signing
off
now. See you. Shoo.
Thank you.